Good morning, Chair Howerton. I am actually about to admit Commissioner Burns, so if you just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Commissioner Burns, I just want to make sure that you're able to hear me before we get started.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sounds good. It is 9 a.m. We do have all commissioners, the interim manager, and the acting county attorney on the line. I just would like to remind everyone to keep your mics muted and your cameras off unless you are presenting or being asked a question by the commissioners. And Chair Howerton, we can get started.
Thank you, Monica. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and community. Today, October 4th, 2021, is the County Commissioners Work Session, and I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks the members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe the public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. Before we get started with citizens' comments, I just want to, for commissioners, we have a very, very full agenda today. So there may be some things I may be switching around so that we try to get everything in. And if one of the commissioners have already made a statement or a question about something, just to move us along and try to get everything done, I just ask you to say ditto, and if you concur with it, and let's keep it moving. Because I got an email this morning from Commissioner Jacobs, and I know she has to leave around 3. So we just want to try to be as effective and efficient as possible. Okay, thank you. Monica, during this portion of the meeting, any citizen comments?
Good morning, Chair Howerton, County Commissioners. We did receive one citizen comment. It came from DeWarren Langley. It was received via email yesterday around 12:42. It was a letter, and I will read that letter in its entirety. And it will also be made available on the website, and the commissioners were also included in that email that was sent from DeWarren. It reads, I am reaching out to again advocate for the creation of a My Brother's Keeper MBK Durham Advisory Board to provide the leadership and accountability required for a robust collective impact strategy that can transform the quality of life of boys and young men of color. In addition, I ask commissioners to direct staff to create a revised Boys and Young Men of Color BYMOC local action plan for Durham County by a cross-section of stakeholders to improve coordination, strengthen collaboration, and share responsibility and systematic reforms with clear goals, measurable outcomes, and time frame to inform the collective impact strategy. The rising violence among young of color, particularly boys of color in Durham over the past few years, and growing academic and opportunity gaps speaks to our collective failure to provide the educational, developmental, and economic resources and opportunities that BYMOC need to contribute to society and build a future for themselves. While the MBK model offers a comprehensive framework to transforming disruptive, oppressive systems in education, criminal justice, social services, economic and workforce development, there has been no strategic contextualization of how they function as a guidepost for Durham's youth-serving organizations. Current leadership has amplified stories of good work that is happening, supported organizations with funding from corporate sponsors, and facilitated youth development workshops. However, the purpose and value add of MBK Durham is not simply to provide support, but to provide strategic coordination of systems and programs that serve BYMOC. There is currently no strategic plan accessible to the public. There is no set benchmark or targeted data to track progress. There is no consistent convening of service providers to facilitate a network of core partners that can guide the work. Without these in place, how can we coordinate efforts, measure impact, and acquire the necessary resources, such as American Rescue Plan funds, to sustain systems change efforts? Our BYMOC deserve more. With the forthcoming work session on the new department, I urge commissioners to ask and obtain questions to 4 multi-pronged questions regarding MBK Durham. Why a local collective impact strategy has not been developed to guide the work of MBK Durham? Is there a plan in place to develop one? Why or why not? If so, when and what will be the process? What are the strategic goals and priorities of the 4 MBK milestone advocacy teams? What are the strategic priorities and guidelines for funding allocations to MBK partners? What has MBK Durham done during the pandemic to support the ecosystem of service providers for BYMOC? This is not about one person, government agency, or nonprofit organization. This is about the health and well-being of BYMOC. Making a transformative difference in their lives will transform us all. We have everything we need to make this happen. Let's put the leadership and governance structures in place that hold us accountable to that vision and drive outcomes for boys and young men of color. We need action. It's overdue. I welcome your commitment to action. And that concludes the letter received from DeWarren.
Thank you, Monica. Just for DeWarren and the public, those things are being worked on by staff, and you will hear from our staff probably in the upcoming meetings. And that's all I have on that one. Unless Claudia, did you have something that you want to say?
No, Commissioner Howerton, you're correct. We are preparing a report not only on the My Brother's Keeper program. There's a new merged department, and we're doing operational assessments. And the intent was to come to this meeting. We had to push 3 other items out. We have more opportunity than we have staff with work. And so General Manager Pierce did share some updates in an email to the board about that overall process, and we will get back to the board on these.
Okay, thank you. Joanne, did you have something?
Actually, good morning to the board, Manager Hager and County Manager, County Attorney. Manager Hager spoke to what I would have said if there were any additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs, you had your hand up?
Yes, and I apologize if I did miss this, but I know that I had requested that we do get the answers to 4 questions, and had that been provided, or is there
all of that will be provided within the report, Commissioner Jacobs.
It's just taking a little bit longer because Joanne and myself are sort of new to all of this, and the vetting of information takes longer because we often will, with any type of operational assessment, look at the data, do follow up with programs to give the responses back beyond the general report. But General Manager Pierce did send a high level update. We want to do the more detailed update to the board. Some of the questions that Mr. Langley has posed will take longer. Operational assessments, especially when you're merging 3 departments, if you've been through them, you have to pretty much pull back all the layers and see what makes sense. He raises great points. We have lots of opportunity in this community, and we will get there. We're just saying, just trust the process and know this is why we merged the departments. It was not by chance. We saw we needed to become different, and this is why we did it. We also know process has to matter. So we appreciate Mr. Langley's continued commitment, and we do appreciate his patience as well. Thanks.
And I do look forward to providing that update.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna keep it quick. I just wanted to thank staff. When we talk about any other set of children, people don't have a problem with process. Today, we're actually getting an update on our early childhood plan that has taken a long time. I would remind the public that what Mr. Langley is talking about and what General Manager Pierce and Interim Manager Hager are talking about are also children. This process needs to be treated with the same intentionality as every other project that we do with children. I know that there are people in the community who look at them like they are men, and if we throw money at it, we can get them jobs and they can stop what's going on. So anybody who doesn't have the patience to allow us to be intentional with children who look like me, I'm unapologetic, and I will defend Claudia and Joanne. Additionally, we want all children the best leadership, the best individuals in place to make sure that they're safe and that they're learning. And what might be people who send in comments about what should be done, those might not need to be the people who are at the helm of this project. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so let's move on. We have consent agendas items. We've got 20 items, and I'd like for the manager to read these items and allow board time to ask questions or concerns.
Okay, commissioners, I will start. The first one is consent item 210464, interlocal agreement with the city of Durham regarding participating in Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage program to meet renewable energy goals.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yeah, I just, when we get this back for our agenda, I just didn't know. I assume there's supposed to be an ILA or attached to this. And then for the next item, I didn't know if there was a model agreement or if that was just giving permission. So just wanted to get clarification on if there was supposed to be, if there will be other documents when we get this on the agenda.
Morning. Thank you for that question. There will be an ILA that was still being worked out with the city up until the last minute, and that will be available when this comes to you for full approval. For the next item, it's a bit more complicated because there are more parties involved in that, and so we're very close to it, but it's not quite there yet. So this item is authorizing the manager to do the final negotiation. So you may or may not see the final version of that when it comes to you, but it's very close.
Okay, Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to say how exciting it is to see this coming forward. Way to go, Tobin and team. Very exciting.
Thank you. We still have quite a few hoops to go through, so keep your fingers crossed.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is, we talked a little bit about it, 210466, authorization of cooperation agreement and service agreement for participation in Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage program.
Okay.
Okay, next we have 210509. It's a budget ordinance amendment number 22 BCC 11 to recognize $903,000 from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Minority Health, and to create 3 full-time equivalent provisional grant-funded positions for public health. All right. So we have one question.
Mr. Jacobs.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Rod and his staff. Congratulations on this grant, which is really exciting. And I feel like one of the silver linings from COVID is moving forward with this kind of work. So congratulations.
Okay. Next we have item 210555, review and approval of interlocal agreement with the City of Durham for the creation of an immigrant and refugee affairs initiative and position.
Assistant Manager, I have just one question. In reading the information, all the documents, does this include Haitians as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I know it says immigrants, but in the write-up, it mentioned a lot of other immigrants, but it did not mention Haitians. And I know that there's a lot of conversations going on right now around Haitians.
Yes, ma'am. This includes all immigrants and all refugee support. And I know we've talked about at one point, and I don't have that stat right now, but it's many countries that we have refugees or immigrants in the community. So it is to support all of them. And the great thing about this is that we will get increased coordination of services by having someone that represents both the city and the county, and that can leverage the resources from the nonprofits in the communities that help in this space, as well as churches, and help facilitate them getting to either county or city services. So this person will play a great role as facilitator, and it's just a great investment in our community.
One other question, when this is put on the website, is there any way it could show that right now, if it's put on the website, it's just showing that it's for the city? It doesn't state anything about the county involved in any way.
Okay.
So is there any way that it can show that this is a collaboration between city and county rather than it just being city?
Okay, we'll refine the language so that it's more distinct. It does reference it as a city county staff, but in the header, we can, where it's bolded, we can make sure we flesh that out a little bit more.
That would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
All right.
I, just while we're talking about this, just offer, I checked in with the city staff at the end of last week to ask how the hiring process was going, and they were forwarding a candidate to their HR department at the end of last week. So they've identified a top candidate and should be moving forward with that hiring soon.
Okay. Thank you, Drew.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I had a quick follow-up question. You know, a lot of times we fund these joint positions, and just following up on Commissioner Howerton's concern, I didn't see anything about any type of reporting back to us. Since this position will be housed in the city, it would be great if we could get an annual report, kind of like we do with the joint city-county office on youth. So I guess I'm requesting that in the ILA or the scope of work, I guess would be appropriate just to add that there will be an annual report, whether it's written is fine, but some type of accounting back to our board, since this will be housed in the city. And the only other comment I have is I just want to make sure, I mean, I agree that the best location is in NIS, but I was a little concerned when I looked at even the PowerPoint. The only county department I saw referred to was social services. And, you know, there's so many other county departments that would benefit immigrants and refugees like public health, cooperative extension, and even I didn't see Lincoln community health on there. So I just want to stress that we have a lot of county departments, library, that will benefit refugees as well.
So I have a question regarding this item, Manager Hager. Would it be good to just pull this item and have it at the joint city-county meeting for discussion to fine tune it?
Well, we can pull it. I believe, we can pull it. I think some of the comments that were made, we can refine and shop it with the board and see if we can't flesh that out by the next meeting. There can still be some updates about process, but let us try to work through it with some refining based on the comments made. And then maybe at the, maybe in the winter meeting with the joint city county meeting, we can come back to the boards and have some update, because by then they'll have someone on board and they can have a sense of the landscape and share what the deliverables possibly should be timing wise. But we can definitely do that. The items that you mentioned this morning, we can definitely tweak and flesh out and get to a better place.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burns?
I know we had a packed agenda, and that's why I've been staying quiet. I do want to congratulate a bunch of people, but I wanted to at least take this time. I know how hard it is when you have positions closed, positions frozen, and then just this kind of mass exodus that we had of people, either due to morale or due to the COVID or just this, what fortune calls the Great Resignation. But I did want to take the time out, because over a year ago, 2 people came to me about this position. So I want to applaud Claudia Hager for at least helping and bringing it to fruition in the city. And above all else, because she is actually sitting here being very quiet, trying to figure out why it's been picked apart. I want to congratulate Commissioner Alum, because this is something that she worked hard on. And I know it's probably hard for her to see and everybody have questions, but Commissioner Alum, this is the intentionality that I talked about a second ago. So hats off to you, all the good questions to everybody else. But when I worked on some things, she gave me a shout out. I just want to say, Commissioner Alum, thank you for being intentional about this. And thank you to the staff for bringing it forward, because our community needs it.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to Commissioner Lum as well. Is there any other comments? Okay, we'll move on to the next item.
All right, great. The next item is 210565, lease agreement between Durham County and West End Community Foundation. All right. The next item is 210566, Durham County temporary screening staff. And there was one question that Commissioner Jacobs asked about this, and I may not have forwarded the response to all commissioners. There was a question asked about protocol with screening and temperature checks. We're going to do some follow-up with that. Some places do not screen, do the screening for individuals when they go into buildings. Some do temperature checks, some do not. And so we're gonna do some follow-up with that. But the cost for this is $292,000. And it is to screen our high traffic areas, our libraries, health and human services complex, Admin 2, and the Criminal Justice Resource Center. And this was a part of the operational budget that was passed.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Interim Manager Hager. And just to clarify, since the other board members hadn't seen my email, my question is not about the screening, but about the temperature checks. I was just wondering about any reevaluation of that. Duke Health System is no longer doing temperature checks. So I didn't know if we were reevaluating our policy just around the temperature checks. They're still doing the questions, and I understand the value of that, but just that was what I was questioning, and what it would look like if we didn't do the temperature checks anymore, just we're doing the other screening.
Thank you. And we will follow up on that.
That's why we have an incredible CEO, our health director, that he will let us know which direction we need to go with those kinds of things. So thank you.
And I will say that our health director definitely can speak to this, because there's guidance from the CDC, the state with their guidance, and sometimes we take it a step further. So for instance, a great example is how we do our mask guidelines. We require it regardless of where you are on the property, inside or outside, because of just some experiences. So we will definitely follow up and give context as to why we're doing it. But great question, and thank you for asking. The next one is 210577, Board of Elections Delivery Service Contract Amendment Approval. Okay. The next one is 210578, Board of Elections Printing and Mailing Service Amendment Contract Approval. The next one is 210582, Budget Ordinance Amendment 21 BC 027 to recognize $238 in grant revenue from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's Child Nutrition Division to the youth home. The next one is 21058, Budget Ordinance Amendment number 22 to recognize $8,000 from the North Carolina Public Health Association to increase participation in the Considering Pregnancy Program. I will say I'm always grateful when we have outside partners that will help us address these critical services, because it takes less pressure off the local dollars. So I'm grateful that our departments are good stewards of dollars, because when you're a good steward, they don't mind giving you more. Budget Amendment number 210584. This is to recognize $39,000 from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services for COVID-19 mitigation. Budget Amendment number 24 is the next one, which is 210585 agenda item. This is to recognize $115,000 from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health, Women's and Children's Health Section, and the Youth Branch for COVID-19 mitigation.
Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. Yeah, I was really excited to see this, and wondering, I guess it's going to be used as a school liaison, and just wondering if we are planning to do any vaccination clinics at any of our school sites with the help of this grant funding or position, I guess.
Good morning, commissioners, interim manager Hager, Attorney Darby, and staff. Greetings from Public Health. Commissioner Jacobs, that's a good question. We have been ever present and constantly in contact with Dr. Pascal Mavinga and his executive team. And if it is their pleasure to do this, we certainly stand ready. I have communicated on numerous occasions that we have the capacity in terms of vaccines, as Durham is a vaccine hub. And if that is their pleasure, we stand ready to do it. I think at present, they are in the process of really gauging their staff to determine what their vaccination status is. So again, we stand ready to do this, but we are grateful to the Department of Public Health and DHHS for allotting these funds. We already have an individual who is full-time, kind of acts as that liaison, but this does afford us the opportunity to have a point person. I will also add, commissioners, that DPS has also started beefing up their staff. I think they've hired about 3 people to be totally dedicated to COVID-19 mitigation, contact tracing, investigation. So we meet every Monday like clockwork at 2 o'clock, and we discuss things, and we're in constant contact. So if this is something that they want, again, we know that funds are coming from the state in order to make that happen.
Thank you, Rod. Commissioner Burns?
Yeah, I just wanted to take some time. I waited until the last one. I don't think we had, we might have another one, but I did want to just congratulate Rod. This is 4, if I'm not on this consent agenda, where we are actually working on equity work, getting public health, additional funding. Something that Interim Manager Hager said a second ago was when you are good stewards of dollars, they continue to give you dollars. So this is 4 injections into DSS, into the Department of Public Health, and so on to DSS. So congratulations to Rod and his team, while other counties are struggling and having issues with clawbacks. I'm proud that Durham isn't one of those. And also to follow up, the original grant application isn't in this. Rod, I heard Commissioner Jacobs' question, but position might be recurring, might not be recurring. I want to remind the staff, and maybe you could provide this to us later on, because I often hear these questions of confusion from my colleagues. Grants, often when you apply for them, as well as when you get them back, you've already submitted a budget for what you're going to pay for. So I imagine that a position was not actually in this grant in the original one, from what I read. And if so, I know you're saying like what the school might want, but I also, so that we can continue to be good stewards of these dollars, use them for what we submitted them for. So I know that you all are going to do that. Everybody has their hand out wanting something for another department, but I want you all to, be honest with us and come to us and say, you know what, that's a really great idea, but guess what? We applied for this grant 3 months ago. None of that was in there, but we'll be more than happy to apply for a grant, get what it is that you all need, or perhaps say to us, commissioners, if there's something that you all think that we should be working on, or a grant opportunity, because when I see grant opportunities, I bring them to y'all. I would just ask that you also ask my colleagues to do the same, because I don't want you all to get pigeonholed into wants and needs when grant applications have already been turned in, already been provided. So we can't switch gears and make amendments. And that's all I want to throw out there. But congratulations to all the departments that got funding.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. And Madam Chair, if I may, I'll just say I continue to keep Durham's best interests at heart. I do recognize, just by virtue of knocking off the dust from my memory banks and being in finance, that, again, governmental accounting and finance and everything is a difficult situation. So we do our best to try to alleviate the burden on the county's coffers by bringing in additional funds. I'll also say, for the school's effort and partnership, the state has tons and tons of money to allot for contact tracing and case investigation. And as I've done through the entire pandemic, I'm not ashamed to say, yes, Durham wants it. And there are now groups of contact tracers coming to assist us with the effort around DPS to be able to assist and expand our bandwidth. So I wanted to add that as well.
Thank you, Rod. And thank you. And we know that you are continuously got your eye out to look for grants that support Durham County. And we appreciate you and your team doing that work. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Claudia.
Okay, the next item is 210586. It's a restaurant lease for admin building 2, Thermula Hospitality, Durham LLC. Okay, the next one is 210594, a land lease for 505 West Chapel Hill Street.
Okay.
The next one is 210595. Authorize the interim county manager to execute the lender letter of intent commitment for the loan for the 500 East Main Street affordable housing development. The next one is 210601. Award the easement maintenance services for Durham County Utilities contract to Stormwater Operations Specialist, LLC. The next one is 21605, in a local agreement, reauthorizing the Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I really applaud BPAC for doing this and adding 2 youth positions. And I know we have so many things on our plate, but just to kind of put a little bookmark on this, I guess for our clerk is thinking about at some point, it would be great for us to revisit all of our boards and commissions and think about how we, actually officially have more designated youth positions. That was something that came out of the youth listening project. That was one of their recommendations. And it would be awesome if we could actually implement that with all of our county boards and commissions. So I'm just putting a little bookmark or earmarking that I hope at some point we can revisit this idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Carter?
Just wanted to say also how hard BPAC worked on this. I'm the liaison, and it took multiple meetings and subcommittee volunteer hour work. So they do a great job, as do all of our boards and commissions. Just want to laud them for a moment.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Manager Hager?
Yes, the next one is 210610, award of aeration basin cleaning services for utilities division to Industrial Vacuum Services, Inc. in the amount of $156,790. The next one is 210614, Cameron Grove Cemetery lease and conveyance.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to Jane and her staff. I know that she has been very involved in helping to negotiate. This is really exciting. And I guess I have a follow-up question, which is with Durham County now having responsibility for this historic cemetery, if that will open up opportunities for grants, which Jane is so great at doing, in terms of maintaining this property. And even, I know so many of the graves are unmarked. I don't know what the condition of it is, but I was curious what other possibilities there might be now with this, us having, control of this property.
So Vice Chair Jacobs, that's a good question. When a cemetery is privately owned, it is not usually eligible for state and even federal grants. There are grants out there that can help with some of the restoration, but typically those are only available to local governments or nonprofits. So this would at least open the door for doing that. I think one of the first steps is I'll be working in partnership with the Stagville Descendants Council, the committee that we've been working on this cemetery, to determine what the next steps are. We do anticipate there will be some budgetary impact, and I'll be bringing back something. I think we can handle that within the county open space program funding that you give us each year. But we wouldn't want to move forward with any of that until we really get the guidance of the committee that I'm working with. So this is the first step to get you all to confirm that this is a step we want to go in, and then the committee can kind of roll up our sleeves when we actually have the lease in hand and thoughtfully determine what the next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I also want to do a shout out to the Stagville Descendants Committee for leading this effort.
Yes. Yeah, and they were invited to be here this morning in case there were any questions. I think you all know it's often tough for citizens who have full-time jobs and they're never really sure when these items will come up on the agenda. So.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. And that's true. Sometimes we have to switch our agendas and we know it's difficult for everyday working people that have to report to work. To get to our meetings. But if they have some comments, they're more than welcome to send those in.
Okay.
Or come or possibly get on the phone and call in and comment. Any way that we can accommodate, we're willing to do that.
Yeah. And I think they were very supportive of this lease and then the conveyance, because until we actually have some sort of legal rights to access to the cemetery, it was really hard for us to start taking the next step. So this is really kind of the beginning of the formal relationship between us and the council on maintenance of this really important site.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, we'll move on.
Sure. The next item is 210618, Detention Center Security Glass Replacement Project. Okay, Commissioners, that concludes our consent items.
Okay, thank you, Manager Hager and staff for responding to the Commissioner's questions. And now we'll go to our discussion items. And the first one is 210608, an update from Stephen Strauss with Development Associates, LLC. And this is a request to receive an update on the recruitment process for the Durham County Manager position. And Steve, I know you're there someplace.
I'm here. My video's not been enabled yet.
Okay. Monica, can you assist him?
Still not.
Still not.
Okay.
So Commissioners, this is a 45-minute item. So after Steve does his presentation, I ask you to please manage yourself accordingly so that we stay within this time frame for questions. If you have other questions that you don't get answered, we can get them to him later. Will that work for the board? We can try to stay on time. Thank you. Turn it over to you, Steve.
Good. I'll try to be as expeditious as possible. Monica, I think you were going to put a document up on the screen for me. There we go. Thank you so much. So our proposal was based on a scope of services that are laid out here on, in the material in front of you right now. And I thought I would walk through this with you all and see if we can get everything established for the process. One of my goals whenever we kick off a process is to make sure that everybody's on board, everybody understands each step along the way, and that we go ahead and set dates for the entire process for your convenience, and so you can plan for it, but also for the candidates. So one of the things we always want to do is provide excellent service to our candidates, and part of that means setting dates, sticking to those dates and so forth, so that they know what to expect and they can plan accordingly. So that's my hope coming out of this session, is that we can finalize the plan and finalize the schedule, and then we can move forward and everybody's on board. So the first step in our process, as you see on the top left, we've completed in part. I've had the great opportunity to talk with each one of you and get your expectations. It was a really special opportunity for me to spend a little bit of time with each of you and see what your how you view the next challenges facing the county manager. And We would also, though, like to get input from some other key stakeholders, particularly the two groups that we would want to focus on is the public and also in the internal organization. So what I'm proposing here, and the manager and I have been exchanging, I was operating loud equipment over the weekend and I missed a couple of calls from her, but we've been texting back and forth. And I think she's on go for helping us to coordinate this. But we'd like to have a session with the general managers, a session with the department directors. We'd like to have a group of supervisors and a group of employees that we meet with. Obviously, those last two groups would be very large if we invited everyone. We'd like to get kind of a random sample of maybe about 10 to 12 folks that would participate in those sessions. We like to run sort of a focus group process where the discussion just kind of unfolds and we ask some questions and let people discuss, and then we probe a little bit further in their answers. But we'd like to have your blessing to conduct those sessions internally, as well as conduct an internal survey where any member of the staff throughout the Durham County could respond and provide their input, which, by the way, we can track and share the results with you all. And also a citizen survey that we would propose go on your website and perhaps be promoted by the county to get the public to respond and provide their input. Our thought is that we would conduct these sessions over the next 10 days. And we would then submit a job ad, a proposed job ad to all of you on the 15th of October, and ask you all to provide your feedback to that by the 18th. So we could then begin posting the jobs on October 21st and recruit until November 22nd. So let me stop at this point and see if there are any questions or concerns about what I've just proposed. Sounds like that's a no. Okay. All right, great. We will post the job ad on a variety of key sites. Frankly, I've not listed all of them here. There are several others that we would also recommend posting. We will send you a list of the proposed sites when we send you the, excuse me, the proposed job ad. So you can see those. You may have some others that you're aware of that you'd like for us to post on, but we've, over the years, have developed a very comprehensive list for city and county manager processes. So I think you'll see it's very complete. During that time, we'd also engage in some targeted recruitment. Frankly, I've already started reaching out to some folks that I think might be good candidates for the position. We'll also post on social media. What you'll notice is the candidates will be asked to supply cover letters and resumes, which is customary for this type of position. But we will also craft an application that each candidate has to complete. One of the benefits of that right off the bat is we find out, are they motivated enough to want to answer all the questions that we would ask them in that application? But very importantly, this would be housed on NeoGov, which is the largest source of government jobs in the country. It also provides, therefore, a recruitment base. It also then allows us to get exactly the same information across the board for every candidate. One of the issues with cover letters and resumes is very often candidates, different candidates will use different systems for developing their resumes, which makes it very difficult to compare candidate A to candidate B. Frankly, we have seen over the years a number of very good candidates to be manager, their strength has not been developing their resume. So we want to make sure we're getting the same information across the board from all the candidates. Monica, if you could scroll up a page now. That then leads to what we would propose is our initial screening meeting with you all. About 3 or 4 days prior, we're proposing on the 24th of November, we would send you the information we have from applicants. That will include their applications, their cover letters, their resumes, but we will also do a Google search on all the candidates and provide you with a spreadsheet, excuse me, that summarizes our assessment of each of the candidates with respect to how well they seem to fit what the county's looking for in the position. But you will have access to, again, every application and resume. You can look at them yourselves. Our staff has become very proficient at putting that information together and making it a very usable format for you all. What we would ask you to do is review that information before our meeting, which we're proposing on the 29th. At that meeting, what we would ask you all to do is reduce the number of candidates down to no more than 15 that would then go through a secondary screening process. Now, very important point, we don't make decisions for you. I know that's different from what a traditional search firm does, but they're not our decisions to make, they're yours. What we will try to do is give you the very best information at each stage of the process to make those decisions. And so again, at this point, what we've got is resume data for the most part, and application data. And based on that, again, we'd like for you to reduce the number of candidates down to 15. That would be a closed meeting because we are talking at that point about individuals and candidates. It is extremely important that all this information stay confidential. If it does not stay confidential, you can lose candidates. You can, it's a negative impact on the county's reputation as an employer. It undermines our work because we're actively trying to recruit these folks and bring them on board and so forth. So it is absolutely essential that all this information remain totally confidential throughout the process. Then after you've come up with your top 15 candidates, we would then conduct a second level screening process. The lead person in that process, Joe Durham, is the retired Wake County manager. Some of you all may have met Joe at some point during his career. He's a great interviewer. He's been working with us for about 7 or 8 years now. And he will conduct a structured interview with each candidate, structured questions, structured rating criteria. So it's not just going to be a subjective assessment. By the way, during that initial screen, you're going to have questions that you raise about different candidates. I'd like to know more about why this candidate left this position, for example, or why they were in this position for a shorter period of time. We will take note of all those questions, and after his structured questions, Joe will ask those individualized questions that each of you have raised so that you get complete information about the candidates. Sometimes, for example, you may say, well, there was a story about this person in the media. I'd like to get their take on what happened there. We'll do that as well. We'll get all the information you need to make your decision. We're then recommending that we would send that information to you by December 9, and then again have another closed session on December 13, which during that time we would share all of our information with you and ask you to reduce the number of candidates at that juncture down to 5. One of the things that we've been trying to accomplish with this schedule is to get the recruitment done before Thanksgiving and get our initial screening, our secondary screening accomplished before the holidays at the end of the year. Then we would also design exercises for these candidates. So a basic philosophy that we have is that the traditional hiring approach for a county manager is very much driven by interviews. And let me just explain a little bit about that. The traditional approach relies on 3 methods to evaluate candidates. A, their cover letter and resume. B, their reference checks. And C, interviews. Well, what I would argue is you do not know what a candidate's capabilities are based upon their resume. No matter what their credentials are, no matter what their work experience has been, does not mean they've been effective in their jobs. Secondly, if we look at references, those tend to be very questionable in terms of getting consistent information across the board on candidates. Obviously, sometimes you can get an outstanding, when I say outstanding, I don't mean necessarily a lot of praise, but a very comprehensive reference from certain people, but that's frankly not the norm. More likely, you're going to get a very generalized overview, and folks tend to be very careful about what they say during a reference check. So what most organizations rely on then to assess the candidate is the interview. We believe in interviews. We think they're a very important part of the process. Every candidate would go through 2 interviews, the screening interview, and at the end of our assessment, you're going to want to meet the candidates in person and interview them yourselves. So interviews are a critical part of the process. But what we would argue is any method that you use to assess a candidate has strengths and limitations. With respect to interviews, they're very good for assessment of 3 competencies. A, oral communication. As you hear them answer questions, you can observe their command of the English language. Second, their job knowledge. So you can ask them questions about what they may know. And third, you can assess their judgment. A best practice in interviews is to use what are called behavioral-based interview questions, where you actually put the candidate in situations. The most robust of those are questions about their past. When they're in the previous position, what was the most challenging HR situation they had to deal with and how they handle it. Not quite as robust, but also helpful. There are questions about the future. If you were the Durham County manager and you had a direct report whose performance wasn't what it needed to be, how would you go about dealing with that? What you get when you ask those kinds of questions, again, is judgment, knowledge, oral communication. There are a whole host of competencies you do not know about at the end of an interview. You can only guess and assume that the candidate has those competencies. You will not know that for a fact. So for example, can they actually analyze a budget and make an effective presentation? Well, you know, you can assume in the interview when they've told you they've had a lot of budget experience and they seem to be well-spoken and clear and knowledgeable in the interview, that hopefully they can make a presentation, but you don't know that, and you don't know that they can analyze a budget. You don't know how well they can run a staff meeting. You don't know well how they can manage their staff. So even in that situational question that we asked, how'd you deal with that direct report? What they said is, what you got is what they say they would do or said they would do. You do not actually see conflict resolution skills, problem solving skills, interpersonal skills. So what we do is we'll design exercises that actually simulate what a county manager has to do. Make budget presentations, write plans or memos and send them to the board. Coach staff, run staff meetings or community meetings. These exercises, again, no one exercise is perfect, but every exercise gives you a read on a different set of competencies about the candidate. So the research on interviews show that they're at best about 30 to 35%. That's all accurate in terms of predicting candidate ability to do the job. When you add on these other exercises that do skill assessment, you're adding on to the level of competencies that you can get direct information about. We're confident that we're at about 70 to 75% accuracy. That's not perfect. There is no perfect way to assess candidates, but it's about twice or even 2.5 times more accurate than the traditional interview-driven approach. Monica, if you could scroll up one more now. We do that by designing exercises that simulate what the candidate has to do on the job. We also bring in folks to assess those candidates, usually 3 to 4 people per exercise, 4 exercises. So we can be talking 13 to 15 or 16 people that are assessors. What we normally do is recruit folks from other managers, other county managers, perhaps a couple of municipal managers as well, who are outside, who don't have a stake in who gets the position. We train them for half a day before they begin seeing candidates. We train them on how to carry out their exercise. but also how to evaluate objectively and provide you with behavioral objective feedback as opposed to opinions. We typically run the process over 2 days. So we train those assessors in the morning, and then the afternoon of the first day, we would assess, have a 1 o'clock session for for candidates, at 3 o'clock. The next day we do an 8:30, a 10:30, and a 1. And then we wrap up by having a debrief where each assessor team would meet with you and share their feedback on each of the candidates. They would spend a half hour with you, and they would provide their feedback, but also answer any questions that you will have about those candidates. And that would be what we're proposing for that is to run the process on January 6 and 7. We always run these processes on a Thursday and Friday. I know you all prefer Monday meetings, but I hope you can adjust to a Friday afternoon for the debrief. Because we won't get candidates and assessors if it's a Monday and Tuesday, and many of them have board meeting. So Thursday, Friday is really critical. And what we're proposing is from 2:15 to 5:15 that afternoon, you set aside that time, and each assessor team would, after we explain the results to you, each assessor team would come in and spend about a half hour with you, share their feedback. And set you up to identify your top 2 or 3 folks that you'd like to invite in for your final interviews. One other thing that we do is we will also, Monica, I think if you scroll one more page, maybe 2, we also assess emotional intelligence. We have an instrument that we use, the EQ 2.0. It's validated for employment purposes. And it'll provide you with information about emotional intelligence skills from candidates. We'll be assessing technical competency and emotional intelligence competencies. But when the assessors provide you with feedback on emotional intelligence competencies, like conflict resolution, problem solving, interpersonal skills, after they have finished and they've left, we'll be able to cross-validate what we heard from them with the results of the candidate on the emotional intelligence inventory. Again, all this is intended to try to give you the best information so you can make the most informed decision possible. So, last of all, we will work with you on contract negotiations with the candidates. We also will provide coaching to the successful candidate. And if there are any internal candidates that apply, who don't get the position, we're also glad to provide coaching to them as well. Obviously, the county wants to be invested in their careers and continued professional development. With regard to the successful candidate, our process is so comprehensive, no candidate comes through without some sort of a blemish or something to work on, and we want to make sure that they're clear about that and work with them to have a plan for how they continue to work on improvement in that area. So that's the overall plan. You all may have some questions or concerns. One of my hopes is that we can firm up those dates. So again, as I said, we can be real clear with candidates about what to expect, and all of you can have these important dates on your calendar as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That's pretty concise. That's pretty concise.
That's surprising for me, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. Thank you so much. Commissioners, I know that Monica is working on the dates for us commissioners for the closed sessions, to get those on our calendars so that we can already go ahead and plan those. I saw Commissioner Burns' hand.
Mrs. Strauss, just thank you.
Thank you.
I tried intentional and paying attention. This is going to be a heavy lift. You know, we discussed that. We don't have to go into detail. And I see that you're pulling in so many different folks. There are other county managers and other professionals that are going to have to take time out of their very busy schedules to work on this effort. I do appreciate that you're taking the time to include our staff. I won't say everything we talk about, but you just know how important that is to me, because this person will be leading them and they are left out of so much. And I'm thankful for that. And I just want to say, I could say a million things about your presentation, but most of all, I wanted to repeat this level of confidentiality and the fact that as an organization, as a business, you all have put your reputations on the line. And I just want you to know that and I hope my colleagues will do the same, are gonna work to make sure that your reputation stays intact, your organization's reputation stays intact, and that we do not taint this process in any way possible. Because at the end of the day, this is supposed to be about the county. It is supposed to be about the community and getting the best person in place to help lead an organization that services 338,000 people. And more importantly, a person who can help lead this region. Because the region's scaling up, our staff is scaling up. I'm gonna stop looking at my dates because Chair Howerton made it very clear that Monica's gonna do that. And I think Monica probably would appreciate that I'm not doing my own schedule. It helps her and helps everybody else. I'm okay with these dates, but I did just want to reiterate, I appreciate the fact that you're keeping our community at the forefront, because Wendell Davis was a man of the community. And I think that is important, that whoever we bring in, while we won't throw them to the wolves, they have to realize that they don't get a grace period, not in Durham, because Durham is the bedrock of this triangle region. And so you're going to be called upon to be an elder stateswoman or an elder statesman early on. And so I am thankful for everything that you brought to us. This person's going to have to lead under women and above women. And so they will be sandwiched between some very big personalities. And I appreciate you being able to usher us through this. And I can actually see in this proposal things that I highlighted, as well as things that my colleagues highlighted. And I'll follow up with any questions that I have later. But again, thank your colleagues, your partners, and everybody for at least taking a chance on us. I know it was not an easy decision to come to.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from board members? Okay. Commissioner Jacobs, you have something?
You know what? I'm going to let Commissioner Carter go first, and then I'll go after her. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Okay. I don't think I saw. I don't know.
It's fine.
First.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. I don't mind waiting, but I'll go. Of course, now my Jack Russell terrorist is barking in the background, so we'll have to deal with that. I just also wanted to say and ditto everything that Commissioner Burns said. I think the process looks extraordinarily strong and structured and covers all of the important areas that we want to focus on, and really appreciate Mr. Strauss, the fact that you're working with us. I think it's going to go well, and I'm looking forward to it. My one, it's not exactly a concern, but something I'd want to raise to see what others think is only about the timing of the second closed session. I noticed it's on a Monday, which is great for people. It's also the date of a regular meeting. And my worry is that I don't feel like I make the best decisions on days that are super busy or late at night. I don't know whether the closed session was going to be tacked on at the, hold on one second. I don't know if y'all could think over that, but I couldn't over that barking. I would, I guess, think that it wouldn't be optimum to have the second closed session at the end of a long night, after a long night meeting. And maybe that's not what the intention is. I also want to be sensitive to others, commissioners' work schedules, of course, and I know Mondays might work better. Monday after a closed session after a Monday night meeting certainly could work. We've done it before. I just don't think we make our best decisions at that time of day. So I just wanted to see what you thought about that. You, Steve, and everybody else.
Do we have the 29th? It's five Mondays in November.
I was talking about the second one, which is December 13th.
Actually, Chair Howerton, I was actually looking at those dates as well. The 29th is the fifth Monday, so we do not have a meeting that date, but I'll get with Steve after the meeting just to confirm the dates and times, and then I'll just send the board an email, making sure that everything lines up and works with everyone's schedule before adding them to your calendars.
Yeah, Monica and Steve will work together on the schedule. And if we, as the board, have any problems with the dates, we can get back with Monica and let her know that.
In general, I guess I'm just raising, in general, are we comfortable having an important closed session at the end of a long meeting? That's really my only question.
And just to jump in, sometimes we do our meetings before our meeting, you know, like at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock. So I just wanted to throw that out, the possibility of just doing it before for that very reason.
We will work on, we will work to make it, to have it accommodate. None of us wants to stay in a meeting until 11 o'clock at night. I have no commitment to that at all. And I don't think the board does either. So Commissioner Carter, I understand where that question is coming from. So just know, I agree with you.
Okay.
We'll work it out.
Let me just mention in response that we have a little bit of play that week. If you asked me about the previous Monday, that would have been an issue. But that week we do have a little bit of a play because the holidays are upcoming. So we don't have to be quite as tight because that's going to give us a little break between the secondary screen and the actual assessment process. So we'd be glad to meet earlier in the day, or if you'd prefer to meet another day that week, that would also be fine. I wouldn't suggest late in the week, but if there's another day that week that would work better for you all, at this point, we don't have anything scheduled right now.
So with the if we have a problem with the 13th, would the 14th work?
For me. And we could do that at 5 as well if you'd like, or, you know, at the end of the day, if you'd prefer after the work day, that'd be fine too.
Okay. All right. We'll get back with you on that. Monica will get back with you on that one.
Okay.
Other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Long.
Yeah, ditto on everyone's previous comments. And I really appreciate the unique process that you all have, which is very different than the process that I've been involved with previously, focusing on the competencies and emotional intelligence. I think that things like conflict resolution, problem solving, personal skills, how the person will interact with the community and with staff as well, those are really hard things to quantify. So I really appreciate that. And they're so important. I had a question related to the survey. Will you be using some type of a survey process that you've already, again, developed as the best way to get, you know, feedback? And I assume, you know, if you could tell us a little bit more about what the survey will be like. And I'm also really appreciate that you're involving every level of staff. I think it's really important. It's not just staff leadership,
right,
but literally every single level of our staff. But yeah, if you could tell us a little bit more about both the internal one and the one with the community.
Right. I'll be glad to do that. In fact, I may have it here right in front of me. I can't find it very quickly. So what we tend to ask is a question that's a little different from what a traditional search firm asks. We want to know that very often search firms will ask the question, what competencies are you looking for in the position? By the way, we do ask that question, but it's not what we lead with. What we want to know, frankly, is the same question I ask each of you over the last week or so. We want to know from the public and from the staff what they see as the biggest challenges that are facing the county. And that's really very wide open. But what that really does is it gives us kind of a view of the organization And that's what the manager needs to be dealing with. What are the key challenges inside the organization or between the organization and the residents that the next manager is going to be addressing? And so we lead with that question, and then we come back and ask them to identify key competencies or, that they see in the position as well. And then I think we have an open-ended question at the end as well. So it's for the most part kind of an open-ended sort of survey, which gives us a lot richer data to have a deeper understanding of what folks are saying. So is that an adequate answer?
Yeah, that's great. Yes, okay. And you said you will be sharing that information with us as well, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. We will provide you with that information. In fact, we will send you what we have at that juncture. The results of that survey, and you'll see how we've incorporated that into the job ad. So when we send you the proposed job ad, we will send you the survey results to that date. The survey will just about have been wrapped up by then. It'll be running just a couple more days after we send you that.
Great. And in terms of the assessors that you use, right. Do you do any kind of a conflict of interest type of statement with them, or how to ascertain kind of what potential personal kinds of conflicts that folks may have? I'm just wondering how you go through that process.
Yeah, we can do that. It's not something we've typically done. I will just tell you that the folks that we reach out to invariably will tell us if they think they may have a conflict in some form or fashion. And again, if it's we can add that in terms of when we send out requests to assessors, we can make sure that that's the case. But I would also add this. Our approach when we train, and Ms. Hager can tell you about this as well. She's been an assessor multiple times with us in the past. But what we say to assessors is this, and again, this is not the norm. We do not share with them the resumes of candidates. We do not share any background information about candidates. They will not know going into the process whether a candidate is internal or external, what state they're from, nothing. And what we train them to do is that now, on the other hand, I can assure you that some of our assessors are going to know some of the candidates. That always happens. They will also be sworn to confidentiality. They have to submit a confidentiality statement committing to keep candidate names confidential. And that seems to have worked very well. Obviously, names could have slipped out that I'm not aware of, but I'm not aware of that happening over the 10 or 12 years we've been asking for confidentiality statements. But the other key point is, even if they know something about a candidate, they're not allowed to use any of that information. So if they think they'd be a terrible county manager for Durham, all they're allowed to assess is what the candidate does in that exercise. And the criteria are predetermined, and all they can do is performed according to those criteria in the exercise. So as a result, we don't worry quite as much, as long as they work with that candidate, we definitely not include them. But if they've worked with them, in the past, or know them from the International City Managers Association or the County Commissioners Association, that's not an issue for us, because they're not allowed to assess that. They're only allowed to assess what they said and did during each of the exercises. So we don't worry as much about that. But again, if that doesn't meet, if that's not a sufficient protection for you all, let us know, and we'll make sure that we include a conflict of interest statement in our request to assessors.
Thank you, Stephen. I really appreciate your all's experience and process, and this very ambitious timeline that you're going to keep us on.
Okay.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Okay, Commissioner Lum.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. First of all, I'm not sure what everyone is talking about not wanting to do late night meetings. I love spending the evenings with you and staying on till midnight.
We love you. We love you too. but we gotta eat. We gotta eat at some point.
Thank you so much, Stephen. It was a pleasure to have the opportunity to talk to you last week, and thank you for taking the time to speak to each of us and giving us like an opportunity to share like our thoughts about the process, and also, as Commissioner Burns mentioned, including that feedback in the timeline. And so just ditto to everything everyone said. Everyone made really great comments, and thank you. And I look forward to being able to work with you through this process.
Great.
Other questions or comments? Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners and Mrs. Strauss. You did an absolutely marvelous job. It's 10:21. We did it. So we really appreciate the work that you're doing. And we know that this is a monumental task that we're taking on right here, because we are growing. Durham County is growing, one of the fastest growing areas in this region. And it really takes an exceptional person to manage all the different areas of what's happening in Durham County, and be connected and be able to build relationships with the diversity that this county has. So we appreciate the work that you are embarking upon to find us somebody that really fits for Durham County. So thank you.
Well, I would just add that it's not a fit for every manager, but there are a number of managers out there who really get excited by the activist types of focus that Durham has, and the social justice focus that Durham has. And so I think you're going to, I never like to predict quantity, but I think you're going to have some folks that can really step up to what they need to do in Durham County. Yeah,
this is the second time I've gone through this process, so it's an interesting process to go through. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you all so much. We very much look forward to working with you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, commissioners, we are down to 210616. The release of the Durham County's Early Childhood Action Plan, and the board is requested to receive the presentation about the release and next steps related to the plan's implementation. And we have Kate Elder, Durham County Early Childhood Coordinator, is on the line, and I will ask her to introduce the other persons that are with us today.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having us this morning. We are so excited to share with you the final result of the early childhood planning process that we have been working on over the past year to year and a half. Today we have David Reese, President and CEO of the Durham Children's Initiative, Bonnie DeLon, the Early Childhood Action Plan Manager, and Humberto Trejo, who has been an ECAP participant and an advisor to us on this process. We had also hoped to have Joy Lampkin Foster here. She may still pop on because of the switch in agenda timing. I'm just not sure if she'll be able to make it or not, but if she does, we will shift things to make sure she's able to share with us as well. So I will pass it over to David, and just thanks again. We're excited to be sharing this with you today.
Thank you, Kate. Good morning, all. Commissioner Howard and commissioners, thank you so much for having us today. Today is a really special day for us. I think it's a tremendously special day for Durham. We're thrilled to join you to announce the release of Durham County's Early Childhood Action Plan. I want to thank you for your investment in the creation of this plan, and for your continued commitment to Durham's young children and their families. I'm going to say thank you a lot of times, several times this morning, but thank you again. I think this is what makes Durham amazing. I think this is what makes our board an amazing board that's able to lead in the fashion in which you do. Second, today, we hope we can share an overview of the contents of the plan itself and the next steps to begin implementation, which are already underway. Go ahead to the next slide. So this plan was publicly released last week. It's the culmination of 18 months of planning and was created with the leadership of 150 parents, community members, institutional leaders. I think equally or even more, I think impressive, is that it also reflects the wisdom of more than 1,200 additional parents, caregivers, frontline workers in the early childhood fields. This is, I think, what makes this plan remarkable. And if you will, in your minds, go back 18 months, you know, the goal was that Durham would be the first county in North Carolina to have a comprehensive early childhood action plan. And we've achieved that goal. Congratulations. Go to the next slide for me, Bonnie. So now I have the pleasure to introduce the team who's supporting the next phase as we move from planning to implementation. Bonnie from DCI has been leading the work with incredible partnership from Kate as a Durham Early Childhood Coordinator. We're also thrilled to introduce Humberto Trejo, and hopefully Joy Lampkin-Foster will be able to join us in a little bit. You know, they've been serving as community advisors, and we'll tell you a bit about the process and why the plan's important from their perspectives. I'm going to turn it over to Bonnie and share the overview of the plan itself.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Can we go to the next slide, please? Wonderful. So I know that we have come throughout this planning process at various points to share a bit about the process with you as we've gone through this. So we won't spend too much time on the process itself, but did just want to give a high-level overview of where we have been together over the past 18 months. So the planning really kicked off in the late summer last year when we brought together more than 100 people into 4 work groups focused on the themes of the plan, which are healthy, making sure kids are healthy, making sure they're safe and nurtured, that they have their basic needs met, and that they are learning and ready to succeed. So those work groups started by examining the data that had been provided by the state when they released their early childhood action plan and provided county level data. So we could see where we compared against the state and similar counties. We also brought in our own local data to paint a more clear picture. But what was most critical here was just listening to parents and communities who are most impacted by the challenges that we were talking about. So this was done through participation in the work groups themselves, but also talking to parents in focus groups and community conversations with trusted community leaders and a countywide survey as well. And we were adjusting the process as we went to try to make these meetings and these spaces as inclusive as possible, and thinking about really not just content expertise of early childhood development, but really context expertise, folks who are really experiencing challenges on the ground and have deep understanding of what needs to change and already have solutions that need to be invested in. We also mapped all of the early childhood services and resources and efforts that are underway to get a really comprehensive picture of what we're calling our early childhood system in Durham, all the people and programs and places where children are and are interacting with and their families. So this was that discover phase. We then moved into describe, where we had a good sense from all of that work of the biggest strengths and challenges of our early childhood system to meet the ECAP goals and targets that were released by the state. And we also prioritized really where we wanted to focus on here in Durham, especially in the context of the pandemic as well. So the ideate phase was the work groups really using all of that information to prioritize more than 200 strategies that had been identified by parent outreach efforts and by the work group participants, and also by local and state and national reports. One important report in this process was the Racial Equity Task Force, their report that was released last summer. So really making sure that we were building off of and uplifting existing recommendations in our community through the lens of early childhood and the context there. So we ended up reorganizing all of these high priority strategies into 21 recommendations. And that's really the bulk of our plan that we're releasing, are these 21 recommendations that came from the community. And then as we switched gears into iterating on those, we moved to this action planning format where we had small teams that were majority parents, community rooted leaders, and frontline providers like early childhood educators and birth doulas and folks working day to day with families. And they wrote and came up with the contents of the plan and the action plans for each of those 21 recommendations. So we have now kind of compiled all of that into the plan, and we released it last week. Hopefully you got that notification in your email from Kate on Friday. So we are thrilled to now be moving into this early implementation phase, which Kate will share more about at the end. Next slide, please. So there are many ways to interact with the plan, which should be in your inbox. So there's a website which has videos with Joy and Umberto on our team talking through different parts of the plan and making it really, bringing it to life. And the website also has links to all of the longer documents with more detailed action plans. There's also ways to interact with us even for kids. We have a coloring book that's printable that kind of talks about Durham's vision for how we want children to be able to grow up in this community and for all children to be able to thrive. And we've released all over social media as well. So we're looking forward to all of the shares that are happening and hopefully really getting this out and making it very clear what our goals are here in Durham. Next slide, please. So those goals are summarized in this graphic, this wheel you see on the left, where the recommendations are in these 5 areas of strengthening our early childhood system as a whole and making sure it is equitable, sustainable, that we are communicating across sectors and parts of our early childhood system, and then making sure kids are healthy, learning and ready to succeed, safe and nurtured, and have their basic needs met, all with the ultimate goal of making sure every child who is born in Durham or who moves to Durham and is growing up in Durham, 0 through 8, during this really fundamental period of early childhood development, is able to thrive. So this plan identifies priorities for our collective action, identifying many, many partners across Durham who we all need to be involved in this together, and areas for where funding is needed as well to strengthen our early childhood system. So next slide, please. Just a quick overview of the contents of the plan itself, which I've alluded to, but it really starts with our process, making sure everyone's clear on kind of who created this plan, how it was created, and the decisions that were made along the way to center equity and shift as we were learning from community leaders who were pushing and really making sure that this was as inclusive a process as possible and really reflects the priorities from families most impacted. It includes our vision, overviews of the different parts of our early childhood system, our maternal and child health system, our family support system, our early care and education system, and learning at home and in community. So really laying out what we've learned through this process, the recommendations themselves. Within each recommendation, there are about 3 strategies to focus on and an action plan for each of those strategies, which includes next proposed steps for implementation, action steps, potential partners, ways we'd measure progress, and existing efforts to build off of, knowing that this is just part of an ongoing effort, and indicators to what are the population level indicators we're trying to move the needle on and make sure we're holding ourselves accountable. So with that, actually, I think, can we go to the next slide, please? I think this one will pass it to Kate. So yes, thank you. And Kate, I'll pass it to you to talk a little bit about who created the plan and who has been really involved in this process. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. I think for me, one of the most exciting things about this plan is the broad array of perspectives that were brought to bear on the plan. Folks participated in this planning process sort of across different of those early childhood systems, from maternal child health, early care and education, family support, basic needs, folks who are parents and who are primarily just living some of these challenges and opportunities, in our system, folks who are kind of working on the front lines of these different parts of our system, doulas, childcare providers, and also kind of folks who lead our more traditional early childhood focused institutions, and bringing all of those perspectives together over many Zoom meetings is what has resulted in the type of a plan that we have. I think it, because of the pandemic, it would maybe have been easier to just kind of work with kind of the usual suspects in early childhood who all have incredibly important perspectives and experience and expertise. But I think the pandemic also provided an opportunity to bring in more voices and kind of have a little bit of a level.
Oh, froze up on us.
Oh no.
Froze up on us. Okay, maybe she'll come back in a minute. Do you want to pick up?
Yeah, I'll pick up where she left off, and we'll see if she comes back in a minute. But I think what she was saying too is just making sure that we were having folks who are experiencing and living our early childhood systems in addition to the early childhood system leaders. And I think oftentimes these planning processes are really top down from the leadership's perspective of what needs to change. And those perspectives are important and we think need to be at the table, but that was really critical to make sure we had folks from all parts of our early childhood system that you see kind of outlined here. So next slide, please. You can see an overview of all of the organizations that were represented here. And of course, we had parents as well and folks who were not representing a specific organization or who are from, one childcare center that doesn't have a logo or from a church that doesn't have a logo we couldn't pull in here. So this is not the full universe, but this is a representation of who all was there. And I think what you'll see too is that this wasn't just our bigger, more traditionally funded institutional leaders, but also really community rooted organizations that reflect the communities that they're serving and whose leadership has experienced the very challenges and strengths that they're seeking to focus on. And Kate, I see, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I took away one of your slides, but you can go ahead.
I'm so sorry. My computer has a blue screen and a sad face on it. I'm not sure what's going on, but thank you for your patience. Yes, so I'm just trying to, I guess I can't, on my phone, I can't move back to the slides. But I think I heard Bonnie kind of cover just the two slides that were really focused just on that this plan was really developed in a collaborative way with a lot of engagement and leadership from folks who are experiencing challenges in our early childhood systems and from the people who are raising children in Durham. And for me, as a parent of a young child, that I think has been one of the most powerful pieces of this particular planning process. And I am just excited about what has come out of it, and some of the things you might not expect to see in an early childhood focused plan, tackling some root cause issues, has been inspiring and motivating for me as the parent of a preschooler. So I'm not sure what slide we are on, but are we on the slide that has parent quotes on it yet? And if not, Monica, would you mind advancing us one?
This is the slide, Kate, which says what the 21 recommendations seek to do, if you wanted me to cover this or if you wanted to talk to it.
Oh, actually, I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm dealing with okay. So yes, Bonnie, if you could speak to this,
yeah.
And then I will.
And then I'll pass it back.
So that would be great. Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So just overall, I think what has come out of this plan and what these 21 recommendations seek to do as a whole, I'll go through kind of the contents and the high level summary of each of the 21 recommendations. But as a whole, and with all of these strategies together, I think they are trying to really value and uplift the voices of families as leaders in actually moving, not just in the plan, but to implementation as well. Ensuring there is a universal set of family and child focused supports, even when families are thriving. But then addressing really root cause issues. And I think this often comes back to poverty and systemic racism and its impacts in our community. And so what we've heard and what parents really focused on in this planning effort is not just the programs that exist to address family stress down the line, but actually just addressing the root causes. And so you'll see that really uplifted in the plan. But then there are things around making sure, because families are experiencing stress, making sure that there are culturally affirming, anti-racist, and affordable supports available in response to trauma. And then also part of this is changing harmful mental models and assumptions that we have of the way systems work, of whose expertise matters, of how funding flows. And so you'll see some of that in the plan as well. Some things that don't require funding, but require changes in our mindsets. And then the last one is breaking down silos and building intentional cross-sector collaboration. So we're not all competing for the same funding sources or for power in this early childhood system, but that we're really working together and being really thoughtful about working together as an early childhood system. So those are some of the themes you'll see reflected across the 21 recommendations and 58 strategies that are housed in this plan. Okay, next slide, please. Let's see, if you click again, I don't know if I'm, Okay, well, we'll just pause actually on the previous one. I don't see the quotes there for some reason. But we had a slide with quotes from parents because this is, those are the voices that matter in this process. And I think we're really trying to center those voices. So with that said, we have community advisors who have been participating in this process and helping lead and shape the vision and shape the structures. And Humberto Trejo is joining us as one of those advisors. So Kate, I didn't know if you want to introduce him, but Kate will be doing some consecutive interpretation for us.
Yes, thank you so much, Bonnie. And what we're going to do now is hear from Humberto just as both a participant in the planning process and as an advisor to the process and as a community leader and as a parent, many hats. But would love to just take a moment to hear from Humberto his perspectives. And what I will do here is just Humberto will speak a little bit in Spanish and I will translate into English. So Humberto, estamos listos para usted a compartir sus perspectivas y voy a traducir.
Okay.
Gracias para venir.
Gracias. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Humberto Trejo. Soy un líder comunitario y a la misma vez soy padre de familia y estoy muy interesado en este proyecto.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Humberto Trejo. I'm a community leader and a parent, and I have a lot of interest in this project.
Me interesó mucho participar en este proyecto porque las familias y los niños necesitamos tener un cambio muy grande, muy drástico en esta comunidad de Durham.
I have a lot of interest in this project because the children in our community, for them, we need to see a big and drastic change here in our Durham community.
Todas las familias y los niños tenemos que ser mirados de la misma manera que los demás. Y no lo he, tengo 20 años viviendo en Durham y no lo he visto así.
The children and families in this community need to be seen as equal to the others. And I think here he's speaking in particular about the Latinx community. He says, I have lived in Durham for 20 years and I have not seen that yet.
Yo he visto muchas veces que se nos mira a los latinos como de segunda mesa, como si fuéramos algo aparte.
We have seen that the Latinx community is sort of second class or at the second table and separate from others.
Y no debe de ser así. Los niños latinos o inmigrantes tienen que ser tratados de la misma manera que los demás para tener las mismas oportunidades y tener un éxito, porque los niños son el futuro de nuestro país.
Children are the future of our community, and we need to see that Latinx children have the same opportunities as others to live into that potential.
Un ejemplo muy grande, yo tengo dos hijos mayores, tengo tres hijos, dos de ellos son mayores, graduados de DPS.
One example, I have 3 children, and 2 of my older children have graduated from DPS.
Mi hija, la mayor, trabaja en UNC, especialista en finanzas.
My oldest daughter works as a financial specialist at UNC.
Y mi hijo está por graduarse de ingeniero computer science.
¿Puedes repetirlo? Lo siento, Humberto.
Mi hijo, Alex, está por graduarse de computer science.
My son is about to graduate with a degree in computer science.
Cuando yo estuve con ellos trabajando en la escuela, miré muchas diferencias de los latinos. Hay muchas diferencias. No son igual con los latinos.
When I was working to support them in school, I just saw a lot of differences between how the children were treated and the experiences of the Latinx children.
Es por eso que este proyecto es muy necesario. Es algo que me gusta mucho y seguiré trabajando cuantas veces sea necesario para hacer que esto sea un gran logro y un gran triunfo para toda la comunidad.
That is why this project is so important. And I didn't perfectly get that last part, but it's providing us chances to make those changes.
Y he sido un líder comunitario por mis últimos 7 años y lo seguiré siendo todo el tiempo.
Puedes repetirlo, lo siento, Humberto.
Okay. Soy un líder comunitario los últimos 7 años.
I've been a community leader for the last 7 years.
Y seguiré siendo mucho tiempo más.
And I need to spend a lot more time.
Porque me importa mucho la niñez es el futuro, la niñez tiene que estar bien preparada para que sean unos grandes exitosos.
Childhood is just incredibly important, and working in this area provides chances for later success.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, Humberto, para compartir sus perspectivas con nosotros. Thanks, Humberto, for sharing your perspectives with us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome.
Bonnie, am I sending it back over to you for
Yes.
an overview of the recommendations? Great.
Yeah, I'll do a quick fly through of kind of just a preview to what your appetite to what's actually in the plan, what everyone's come up with, what Humberto has worked on as part of this. He was on an action planning team working on one of these and has since joined our planning team to help shape this process as well.
Excuse me, Bonnie.
Yes.
You've got about 3-4 more minutes
to
wrap up, and then we'll give commissioners 2 minutes to make a comment. We've just got a full packed agenda today, and I hate doing this, but I'm gonna have to.
No problem. Okay. Thank you for that. I think what we'll do then is probably skip over the following slides and I'll just pass it to Kate. So a fly through of our system strengthening recommendations. Next slide, as basic needs and indicators to measure success. Next slide is the safe and nurtured recommendations, followed by lastly, the learning and ready recommendation, healthy recommendations, and then the learning and ready recommendations. So that's what you'll see as in this plan. There's a lot of detail there. So I really encourage you to look into all of that. Next slide, please. We'll go to Kate to talk about our next steps in prioritization.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, and thank you for that reminder, Chair Howerton. I'm sorry that we are running a little bit behind. We will quickly wrap up. I just wanted to make a quick note before heading to our next steps, that there are a number, as I've said before in earlier parts of this process, earlier reports to you, that many of these recommendations are also aligned with the uses for ARPA dollars. And as we've said earlier in the meeting, there are many potential uses and needs, urgent and important, kind of responsive and systemic things that could be done with these dollars. So this is not out of an intent to say early childhood is more important than those, but just to name that there are a couple areas emerging out of this planning process. And from other community conversations with parents and folks working in early childhood, there are kind of three major areas where ARPA dollars could be used to support families with young children and improvements in our early childhood systems. The first is just direct financial support for families. Because of what we know about brain science and the way that children's brains are rapidly developing in early childhood, family economic stress is particularly harmful at that time. It's just harmful across the board, as we know, but in early childhood, it's particularly harmful. So there's an opportunity to really be directly supporting families with young children with funds to help ease that economic stress as we recover from the pandemic. The second is just increasing support for and access to childcare and to pre-K. And there are state dollars that will be coming down to support this area in terms of support for the childcare infrastructure and in terms of subsidy. And I'm still working to learn the exact amounts of that, but I think it's very clear that there will be additional support needed for our local childcare system, both for it to recover from COVID and for families, particularly families who don't currently qualify for subsidy and families who have infants and toddlers. Families who don't qualify for subsidy but can't afford market rate care. There will need to be additional investment there. And then finally, investment in increasing and scaling our existing culturally affirming social emotional health and mental health supports. There are a number of organizations currently doing that work in Durham, and there just needs to be more support for those. So I'll follow up with more information about these sort of potential priorities for American Rescue Plan dollars, but just wanted to take a moment today to name those. And then next slide, please, Monica. Just wanted to quickly share our next steps. Last week, we launched 2 weeks ago, we launched a representative steering committee for the Early Childhood Action Plan. The majority of members of that committee are parents, frontline workers, and representatives of community-rooted organizations. Those folks are going to guide the plan's implementation, and they will be meeting monthly or more than monthly starting this month. To consider how to prioritize among the strategies in the plan for funding that's beyond American Rescue Plan dollars, but just in general, as we work to put this plan in front of philanthropic partners and just our community in general to fundraise. They will be working on prioritizing strategies and collectively identifying funding sources for those strategies, for that strategy implementation, and for backbone support and staffing for the plan moving forward. So that concludes our report. Thank you for your patience with us and the technical difficulties. I'm so sorry about that, and we would love to take your questions.
Thank you, Kate. All of your team. Joy didn't get to be with us, but I know she's somewhere listening. David, Alberto, just thank all of you for your presentation. And I know commissioners have lots of questions, and I'm going to ask you to hold your questions. If you have a comment that you can do, you have 2 minutes to formulate that so that we can be as expeditious as possible this morning. This is so rich with so much information that I know that you have a lot to say. So Who wants to go first? Okay, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Chair Howerton, and thanks to the ECAP team for the great presentation, for the emails you've sent us, the preview of the plan that you've sent us. I spent a little time going to the website, which is incredibly rich. It will take a lot of time to fully delve in there and appreciate all the different ways there are to interact with the plan, including printing out one of the coloring books for my own grandchild. I plan to do that. I loved something Bonnie said early on. I feel like we talk a lot about looking through the racial equity lens at each of these different areas that county commissioners support with funding and services. And that is super important, and we will continue to do that. But I loved what Bonnie said. It was almost like we can also look at racial equity, social justice, health, economic security, and education through the lens of the early childhood system. And it's, you know, it's interconnected, of course, but it's just a slightly different way of vocalizing it and thinking about it. And I think it's really important that we understand that and that we know that this plan is sort of grounded in that, which makes it so holistic and rich. I also, just one more time, we've said this many times before, I really want to highlight the truly exemplary process that you all used of being so inclusive and reflecting the priorities of those in the community that are in the early childhood system, perhaps experiencing some challenges. It was great to hear from Humberto. Look forward to watching the videos with Joy. I really think it will be super important for us to hear back from you all with more specifics about how the county can support this financially with ARPA funding and also just with ongoing county, budgetary supports, because it does cover so many of our key priorities as county commissioners in all the different areas. Thank you all. Great, great work.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, and ditto on everything that Commissioner Carter said. I want to thank you all so much for this outstanding work. I'm really excited. I want to add a little historical perspective to this. I really feel like the roots of this started with the 2017 Durham County State of the Children Report that then led to the pre-K study and governance study that then led to in 2017 as well. And then our Durham pre-K supply and demand study and I want to also acknowledge Fail Win, who really pushed years ago, Grown in Durham. So I'm so excited to see that you have named this Grown in Durham. I know that Fail Win is looking down and is really, really excited about it, because this is, I feel like, is the next step in the evolution of what folks in Durham have been working on for a long time. And I do want to say also that, when we look at the gun violence happening in our community right now, we know what's going on with gangs in Durham. And to me, this is where I know this board has been focused on early childhood. That's why we hired you, Kate. Great decision to have you with us, and also an ACES coordinator. This is where I feel like Durham County, where we have to really play a role in this issue. We've got to make sure that our children have what they need, our families have what they need. And then, things like the Bulls Initiative, this is all tied together with our children being able to be successful in school and connected to the great jobs we have. I do want to say also, I think that the funding part will be really important. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you all and how this can connect to the new Duke plan. And with the ARPA funding, two of those things, I hope you'll also be going to the city with the-
Commissioner Jacobs, I think your 2 minutes is up.
Okay.
So
two out of the three things I think are also related to how the city may be involved with some ARPA funds as well. And I look forward to hearing more about those proposals. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Thank you, Chair Howerton, for this opportunity. I'm gonna do better at respecting what you stated about our time limit. I just want to uplift something that Umberto said, because it really has my heart pricked, because I think we can sit here, Kate, girl, you know I love you, the whole staff, everybody at DCI, Bonnie, thank you for everything. Thank you for being able to pinch hit for Kate. But I do think we have to have a very real conversation about how parents feel like their Black and brown children are treated in school. So, Kay, I do appreciate the fact that you were intentional in making sure that that was interwoven throughout this process, because we can create as many safe spaces as we want to for children, but if the individuals around them treat them like second-class citizens. And I thought that was interesting that Umberto said 7 years ago. And I asked myself, well, who was in leadership 7 years ago when he was out there being a community activist and asking for changes to be made for his children in our school system? And I don't know how many of you actually saw what happened in Johnston County this weekend, but April Lee, she's the president of the Johnston County Association of Educators. And she said it's basically extortion. She was talking about how the Board of County Commissioners was withholding $7.9 million from the board until they put critical race theory in practice in Johnston County. Now, we don't have to worry about that here, right? Because our school board, our teachers, they understand how important it is. But even throughout this presentation, Kay, I know that you didn't just throw Umberto in there to have somebody in there. You actually wanted us to hear and to know. And as much as I can, I absolutely do applaud everything that you all have put together. It is not, don't mean that what adds to the gang violence is not just what goes on at home, but what goes on in these buildings where children have to sit for 8 hours a day. And so thank you for lifting that. And again, Umberto, I heard you the same way I hear other parents.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Anything for you, Commissioner Alam?
Thank you, Chair Howard. And I think my fellow colleagues said it so well. And I think just especially ditto to Commissioner Burns. And thank you her for so eloquently stating how important it is for us to listen to the parents who are experiencing it firsthand and are seeing the trauma that's being caused to their children.
Thank you. I want to make a quick statement. 2017, 2018. So this initiative is so rooted in who I am. And Commissioner Raquel supported me in being the president of the North Carolina Association of Counties. And Commissioner Raquel and I talked about what my initiative would be. And we started with helping all children thrive. So 2017 and 18, the two of us put our heads together to come up with what we wanted. And if you go to the North Carolina Association of Counties website, you'll see the initiatives that were there. So this has been rooted in commissioners across the state that we must do the work that's been presented here today. This is the work that we as county commissioners are here for. We're elected to do because our children depend on us. So I just want to say thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much, David, for you and your team's vision of taking this on. So we look forward to hearing more. And I know that you have more to present to us, and we have a lot on the website to read. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us. Super grateful.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on, commissioners, to our next item, which is 21059. Comprehensive Plan Draft, Southeast Durham Focused Area Recommendations. Like for Sarah Young, the City County Planning Director, to introduce any additional staff members that may be present.
Good morning, commissioners. Hope you all are doing well. I have with me today Kayla Seibel, who I think will be doing the presentation, supported by Scott Whiteman as well. So I will turn it over to Kayla.
Great, thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. Scott will be sharing the slides for the presentation this morning, so just give him 1 second. Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving us the chance to present to you the draft recommendations for the Southeast Durham focus area, a component of Durham's new comprehensive plan. My name is Kayla Seibel, Senior Planner with the Durham City County Planning Department. I am here with Scott Whiteman to answer questions or provide clarity after a very brief presentation. Next slide. So today we are seeking guidance on the draft recommendations before planning staff begin using this guidance to review cases in the Southeast Durham area. The recommendations will remain in draft form until the entire comprehensive plan is considered for adoption. And next slide. We have a snapshot of the overall timeline for the comprehensive plan with the Southeast Durham focus area highlighted in yellow. As you can see, we are nearing the end of this part of the project and are simultaneously planning engagement and materials for the other plan components that cover the entire county. All of this work is scheduled to start plan adoption in late fall 2022. On the next slide, we have a brief background of this focus area. This focus area was selected based on requests from the City County Planning Commission and the City Council for near-term recommendations on how development should occur in this fast-growing area, partly due to the city's investment in the Southeast Regional Lift Station and Fire Station 17. This boundary was drawn as the primary area to be served by that lift station and is generally bounded by US 70, Sharon Road, NC 98, and the county line. The area is also served by county sewer utilities to the south on a few parcels along US 70. The purpose of this focus area is to develop near-term recommendations that apply the comprehensive plan's goals and objectives to a specific area, understand what residents see as existing needs and priorities, understand which land uses, such as types of housing, locations of new stores, or environmental protections residents want to see, and recommend new future land uses we're calling place types to inform zoning and annexation requests. The place types and policies specifically drafted for this focus area and in your packet will allow staff, the Planning Commission, and elected officials to begin using this guidance now to inform rezoning and annexation requests. Staff may also better understand if there are refinements needed or issues to be worked out and improved for the larger comprehensive plan project. On the next slide, we just have a very brief summary of engagement. In early March, we began seeking input from residents in a broad online engagement opportunity and held a virtual community meeting on May 20th. Engaged Durham Program Assistant Ami Mejia led interviews to reach Spanish-speaking residents to hear their needs and priorities for this area as well. We have included these perspectives in an engagement summary and in the draft recommendations. We have the full engagement summary and demographics in your packet in attachment 3. We now have draft recommendations that were shared with residents in late July. Here, residents could view an interactive map, read the place type descriptions, and review the draft policies for this area. We also held another community meeting on September 2nd. A list of survey responses and emails we received on those recommendations is found in your packet on attachment 7. We want to reiterate that this won't be the end of our engagement with residents in the Southeast Durham area. We encourage residents to participate in the full plan as we take a comprehensive look at the whole county and seek to hear perspectives from residents who we don't typically hear from in digital forums. On the next slide, we have some key highlights of the recommendations that are in your packet. So given the pace of this section of the plan and the need for interim recommendations to handle development pressure in this area, we focused our recommendations on key concerns. We also saw this as an opportunity to practice applying the community goals and objectives, our guiding document for the plan, and analyze this along with community input to understand which objectives could be furthered the most in this area. So beginning with community goals and objectives and the input we received over the spring and summer, the policies and place type map accomplished the following. They encourage a variety of housing types on parcels that are not already entitled or recently constructed with a single housing type. They encourage commercial development to provide for daily needs, either through the locating of the neighborhood services area place type, or recommend a mix of uses within the residential place types. They encourage complete neighborhoods and multimodal connections in the policies by echoing what is strongly called for in the community goals and objectives to prioritize residents who do not use cars. The recommendations strengthen environmental protections through recommending clustering or grouping of housing away from environmentally sensitive areas. And on this map, we've indicated natural heritage areas, floodplains, and the Eastern Durham open space plan buffers on the place type map. And we call for minimal disturbance in those areas. And finally, we recommend phasing of new development with infrastructure through what we're calling a future growth area east of Kemp Road and Virgil Road. And we recommend build out or infill of areas that can already be served by the Southeast Regional Lift Station and Fire Station. On the next slide, just digging into a little bit more detail on the recommendations. Each of these documents work together to assist planning staff, elected officials, and residents to evaluate new zoning map change and annexation applications. The place types and policies developed from this work will remain in draft form, and staff will begin using this guidance immediately. In using these interim recommendations, again, we may discover further refinements that we need to make or work on certain issues and prepare us for the larger plans recommendations. These are 3 snapshots of the attachments in your packet. With that overview, we wanted to share key highlights from each of these components on the next slides. So starting with place types, the place types are a key to understanding the map. These are land use designations that work in the same ways as the future land use map that's currently used to evaluate applications, but these are more detailed. They provide more information about the kind of development that is desired. This guide outlines land use, mobility, green space, and service provision characteristics for every place type indicated on the map. On the next slide, speaking of the map, the place type map for the Southeast Durham focus area shows where all the place types are assigned, drawing your attention to a few new place types we've drafted for this area. Starting with the future growth area, this is shown in the hatched outline. We recommended that significant development in this area not be approved until critical services and infrastructure have been funded. The future growth area includes recommended place types to guide development decisions after the new fire station is funded, and that's underneath the hatched area. The mixed residential place type, that's a new place type shown in this brown color that is primarily residential, but on parcels that have significant environmental features that we want new development to build away from, as well as provide multiple housing types, small commercial or institutional uses if they're viable, and integrate green spaces with good multimodal connections. We've revised a policy from the initial draft to add some flexibility here based on some feedback we heard about encouraging multiple housing types, that this may not need to apply to smaller, less than 20-acre sites. The 15-minute neighborhood, this is the dark purple. It's a concept that has come up in each stage of our engagement, so far as something that is desired as a very walkable neighborhood with centrally located commercial and institutional, good multimodal infrastructure within just a 15-minute walk or bike ride. We clarified that in the attachment that 15-minute neighborhoods must include both residential and non-residential uses. However, overall development may still be primarily residential. Finally, drawing your attention to the neighborhood services area, those are in the dark red. These are smaller sites located usually at road intersections with good access to the surrounding neighborhoods. We heard a strong desire for commercial to serve the new and existing neighborhoods here. We believe these sites have the potential to provide small-scale basic essentials to the surrounding homes. And moving on to the next slide on policies. There are 24 policies that cover the most impactful topics to development in this area. Those categories are land use process, housing and land use, transportation, and the environment. A few highlights here. In the housing and land use policy 2B, it says the city and county will no longer accept proffers that restrict housing based on age. This is an idea that is found repeatedly in the community input we've received and reflected in the goals and objectives, that residents do not want to see neighborhoods that feel exclusive. We wanted to clarify here that the developments are legally allowed to include private age restrictions, but the planning department recommends against proffered restrictions enforced by the city and county. These kinds of proffers have been used primarily to reduce the overall traffic, projected vehicle trips to avoid additional roadway improvements. In the transportation policy 3A, there is language echoing what is called for in the community goals and objectives about prioritizing non-car modes and creating greater access for residents in our community who walk by or bike or ride transit. We want to reiterate that this is a goal that applicants are encouraged to be creative and meet this desire from our community within the constraints that we often see, like requirements from the state for state maintained right-of-way. However, staff acknowledges that under current conditions, cars will primarily be the primary mode of transportation in this area. And finally, for the policies related to the environment, we know this is a key concern for the greenfield development pattern we're seeing, where a site is typically mass graded or clear cut. So we wanted to address this by adding several policies related to enhanced tree coverage, expectations, and environmental protection of sensitive areas. Residents have shared this as a value, and it's reflected in the adopted community goals and objectives. We've heard this concern, however, from the development community that the combination of these policies may make it difficult to develop some sites. And finally, the last slide, staff presented these recommendations to City Council and Planning Commission at a joint meeting on September 14th. The Planning Commission and City Council are the primary bodies for reviewing these types of cases in this area. And at that meeting, council members and planning commissioners shared favorable feedback on the draft recommendations and asked questions about the implementation of this guidance in upcoming land use cases. Suggestions or edits were encouraged to be sent to staff after that meeting and will be folded into the larger comprehensive plan components. At this time, planning staff is recommending that these recommendations not be formally adopted, but can still be used as a guide for land use cases in this draft form. We would like your specific feedback you have on these draft recommendations before we begin using them. And as a final reminder, that as we work with these interim recommendations and continue to engage with residents, including residents in the Southeast Durham area, that we will identify refinements to these recommendations and fold them into the larger plan. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the end of your presentation. So thank you so much. Commissioners, questions, concerns? Feedback? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Kayla, and I really appreciate to see how there's been change since this was presented to the Joint City County Planning Committee. One of my questions is if these recommendations, which I really support, the policy recommendations as well as the new place type map, if they're just going to be, if they're not going to be formally adopted, how will they have actual authority when it comes to some of the projects that are already in the pipeline for rezoning?
I see Scott popped up. Scott, do you want to answer that, or?
I'll do my best to answer that. I am Scott Whiteman from the Planning Department. So the planning staff fully intends to use these on all zoning annexation requests in this area as a guide to our recommendation. And I know most of these are going to the city because they're annexing because of city water and sewer. And I know several of the council members indicated they would use them as well, even though it's not formally adopted yet. So even though it's not a formal adopted plan and there may be some changes in the future, we think this provides good enough guidance for now for this area where we're dealing with so many cases.
Okay. And the recommendation related to the, on the map, the hatched area, that where there should be no further development until there's future fire station. Do we know the timeline for that? Because it's basically, we're saying we're putting a moratorium on this area. So for all intents and purposes, do we know a timeline for that?
You know, the city and probably county attorney would not say the word moratorium. It is so it is not currently in the city CIP for the 5-year CIP for a fire station in that area. The city CIP process is annual. I think it's a little bit different than the counties. So at this point, it's probably about 5 years out, but the city council could always reprioritize their fire station improvements if they want to encourage growth in that area.
Okay. And I'm just excited about some of these policies that I think lay a great, well, you really laid the groundwork for our comprehensive plan. I was really interested in the policy related to some type of assessment related to non-car infrastructure, which is something we've never done. Like, you know, and I think that's going to be, a real game changer. And I was excited to see the plan for the hatched areas. I noted there were no planned residential developments in there, and it was a lot of transit oriented, and a lot of the neighborhood commercial in there. So I'm very excited about all the work that has resulted in this great framework. Thank you.
Other commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Kayla and Scott and Sarah and everybody who has played a role in this. I also think that the process surrounding our revision of the comp plan has been exemplary in the way that it's really strived to have equitable community engagement. I think you all have been very successful there as well, and really want to appreciate that. And I like the one policy focus in particular that really seems to hold up affordable housing and really seeking residential development that includes components that will encourage affordable housing, since we know that's one of our community's top challenges and one of our top priorities. I have a really small question, and I may have missed it in an attachment. I remember when I was on the school board, this was an important policy that is in the current comp plan related to school capacity. Is there any sort of policy change either in this southeast area or overall, really, I guess it would be, related to the adequacy of public school capacity? The current comprehensive plan relies on an average of school capacity across the entire district, which can overestimate really the capacity that's in a smaller region. So I guess that's my question about policies related to school capacity and the standards there for adequacy.
Good question, Commissioner Carter. So we did not specifically address that in this study. The current policy in the comprehensive plan from the 2005 comprehensive plan, which you're right, it measures capacity on a system-wide basis, which doesn't always adequately address overcrowding in one particular school. That is definitely something that we will work with DPS on throughout the development of the comprehensive plan to come up with a new policy that works well for both the public schools and the city and county. So we'll commit to do that. If there's nothing specific in the Southeast Durham area, I will say that Durham Public Schools has said that based on the pace of development, it's probably not a big surprise that we will need at least a new elementary school in this area. And we're hoping the future growth area will help give DPS some breathing room on finding a new site for that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that commitment.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Lum?
Thank you, Chair Howerton, and thank you so much, Scott and Kayla, for this presentation. And a small disclaimer, this is personal for me because this is actually my neighborhood that we're looking at, and this is where I live off of Sharon Road. So I'm really glad that we're just taking this level of detail because, you know, this has been one of my areas of concern, especially around transportation, of how we're able to reach downtown Durham. So I'm really excited to see what we're able to come up with this and hopefully be able to make Southeast Durham more accessible. So thank you so much for your work on this.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. So Scott, Kayla, thank you so much for this presentation. And I know that we will see it again. And you continue to critique it. And we appreciate all the work that you do, because this is heavy duty work. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Howard.
You're welcome. So commissioners, let's see. Monica, if you can hear me, Made in Durham is scheduled for between 1 and 1:30. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So why don't, if the staff is ready, why don't we move up 210622 on classification and study update.
Mhm.
Is the staff ready for that one?
Mhm. I think we've scared them with our efficiency.
No, I'm checking people. All the staff may not be available. Let me give us, can we take a 5-minute break so we can?
We can take a 5-minute break. If they're not ready, we can go to, so we have two 45-minute items and two 30-minute items after 2 o'clock, commissioners. Right. And I know that Commissioner Jacobs has to leave. So I'm attempting to manage this so that we get as complete as possible between 2 and 2:30. So if we can move up one of these items and then take a break. But if Claudia, we need a break to see if the staff is ready.
I have to put her on the spot, but I see Ellen is on the call. If she was ready.
Who?
Ellen Beckman.
I hear you, Commissioner Lum, and I hear you, Commissioner Howerton, but I'm actually inclined, if we could, to go with Interim Manager Hager so she could figure out which person could come up. Give it a 5. Just give it a 5. But
give me 5 minutes. If y'all give me 5 minutes, I promise you we'll be ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Just circling the wagons.
That's all. And I can't do both in top. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute break while she works that out. Okay. We'll be back at it's 11:28. 11:35. Hey, Claudia. Claudia, can you hear me? Claudia, which one?
Yes, we are going to have the board here to update regarding the classification study. And we will move through this quickly, and we're conscious of the time. And I'm excited that we got our rhythm together this morning with staff getting their agenda items so that there weren't too many questions, and timing and placement of items. So we're we're continuously trying to improve. So we'll make sure next time we have some folks on the bench ready, so we don't have to do a 5-minute break. But I was glad that that was the case.
Oh, we got a chance to go grab something.
Yes, yes. So I'll have a 1-minute transition during the budget process. As you know, we looked at ways to address salary issues, and some things that came up during those meetings were the challenges faced with hard to recruit positions. And for some areas, it could mean life safety matters, whether it is in our public safety area or some compliance type positions as well. So we asked the board to allow us to come back to you in the fall with some strategies, and the HR team will give you some very broad updates on where we are. We will come back to you in November with the final report, but just wanted to give you some quick process highlights and next steps. And so I'll turn it over to Kathy Everett Perry and to Ms. Deidre.
Good morning. Deidre is going to lead us through this discussion.
Morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's still morning time. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, very good. So I want to provide you guys a brief update on the classification compensation study of the critical positions. I wanted to provide a brief background of how we got here today. So we can go to the next slide. I don't know if it's me. There we go. So our discussion topics today is we're going to clarify the studies methodology, discuss the departments that will be included in the survey, clarify those peers that will be a part of the study, and also discuss any of our next steps. So next slide. So the background, during 21-22 budget development process, a recommendation occurred to conduct an analysis of some of our positions that high turnover, critical, hard to fill, hard to retain. That information was definitely coming from our departments. The recommendation made was to bring the BOCC strategy in fall 2021 with approaches to improve the recruitment and retention strategies for those hard to recruit positions. And in addition, a recommendation occurred to conduct an analysis on the overall salary compensation plan. And RFP will occur for this work by October of this month. And then we have a target for the completion date to be April of 2022. Next slide. Similar market analysis occurred back in 17-18 when we did the MAC study for the public safety positions. Newsome Consulting was used to complete the assessment, and we have retained Newsome Consulting to complete the current study and compensation study for collaboration with Human Resources, us, and to address the recruitment retention of classifications identified as critical and hard to recruit and retain, as the slides say. So next. Is there one more slide prior to this? Oh, no,
Deidre, let me comment. Let me comment on this slide. I actually added this slide because that's just how I am. I'm always intrusive. And so I was going to talk about it during the lunchtime, but you know, we're sort of ahead of schedule. But I wanted the board to be reminded of the headline surrounding recruitment and retention. It's not something that's unique to the public sector. It's something that's happening across the world. I went to the food line the other day, right on Fayetteville Street, and it was 7:45 in the morning, and it was a line of folks, and one of the customers who was in line, who was a little impatient because they had to get to work, and they said, "Well, can we call someone to help you out, ma'am?" Because they were just being patient. And she said, "Well, you know, I'm the only one right now who can do the cashiering part of services." But that's reflective of what we're seeing in a lot of places. Just a shortage of staff, regardless of type, and the challenge of recruiting. And so it differs by sector, by type. These are some articles that sort of speaks to it. I mean, we live it every day, but I've learned some more things as I've read some of these articles. The NPR article, The Great Resignation, also has links to other stories. The Harvard Business Review has many stories that they continue to update on. You know, why are people quitting? You know, sometimes it's not just they're just tired. They may want something different. So then what do you do to make things different where you are so they'll stay? Those are lots of the kinds of challenges that we face, not only again with recruiting, but how do you keep folks? So this again, just give some context, didn't want to spend a lot of time on it. There are thousands of articles we could have pulled, many of our own headlines that have made the local news, but this sort of will transition to the next slide. So Deidre.
Thank you. So right now for our national regional trends, it is a job seekers market. I know we hear that multiple times. The labor market data coming out of this pandemic is unprecedented, and we hear this word all the time. We have a record number of available jobs and historical highs in workers quitting, retiring, and they've also, it's kind of become very consumer driven, if you will. They are more seeking flexibility. They are seeking competitive pay and fast decisions as the job seeker. The expectation is that we'll probably continue seeing this tighter and tighter labor market, but it goes along with, you know, it is a job seekers market. In addition, factors that are impacting our turnover include the burnout, behavioral health, and workplace disengagement. Change fatigue and burnout are on the rise. And I think the study that I saw from SHRM, which is Society for Human Resources Management, and the Great Resignation, all those, says 4 out of 5 workers reported early signs of burnout. And when it comes to, you know, the behavioral health aspect, workers are continuing to struggle and need support. 46% of the workers don't really know what type of help is available when it comes to those behavioral health resources. And then the workplace disengagement is also on the rise. 56% report that they are actually spending more time looking for another job. Now, of course, this is, you know, national regional trends, but I wanted to point that out as well. The pandemic has also placed increased pressure on recruiting certain positions, i.e. the nurses, right? Even before the pandemic, we didn't have enough nurses, and the shortage is only expected to, get worse. The Cecil G. Sheep's Center for Health Services Research at UNC Chapel Hill, they'll soon release a model that projects North Carolina could face a shortage of 10,000 registered nurses. That's almost 10% of the current RN workforce, and that's by 2033. But still, there are also other factors that are affecting that, like the baby boomers, they're retiring. There's a chronic shortage of nurses, nursing faculty, because the faculty can actually make more money being a nurse versus teaching them. So there's a shortage in that. And then also there's just a turnover in general because of the high stress of the job, especially during the pandemic. The triple threat and officer recruitments, and this kind of goes to, of course, the sheriff's office. The triple threat is fewer people are applying to be officers. More officers are leaving their profession well before the retirement age. And in addition, just the fact that many of our LEOs are eligible for retirement. And then lastly, the one point that I wanted to bring up is the never-ending staff shortage for our detention folks or correctional officers. And again, this is national and regional trends, staff shortages. It's a never-ending problem. And the staff shortages lead to overworked officers, right? Stressed on their mind and their body, more use of sick time. And of course, these lead to dangerous work environments when dealing with our inmates. So we want to make sure that we work harder with recruiting and hiring workshops to attract, those types of quality individuals in those types of roles. Next slide. So the departments that will be included in the compensation study, general services, we've seen that our trades, we've seen some industry trends where a lot of our trades folks are leaving or going to different jurisdictions, or maybe even going to work as contractors out here. Office of Emergency Management, EMS, Public Health, Sheriff's Office, Social Services, and our youth home will be a part of this study. Next slide, please. And this right here is just a generalized, this is where our pay range is for our general services department. The classifications that are to be included for general services, the electrician, plumber, HVAC technician, and master plumber. And this is where our range is right now. Next slide. This is our emergency services, EMT basic and EMS officer 1. The EMT basic is pretty much like paramedics. And this is the range that we have today. Move next slide, please. Sheriff's Office, these are the ranges. That's what these next slides are, just sharing with you guys what our current ranges are. And what we've seen from the initial data, we've seen where we are ahead and behind in some instances, but we feel good about where we are going. Next slide. And also public health, we're going to have the public health nurses. This is their minimum, this is their maximum pay ranges, and then our child welfare social workers. Next slide. These classifications came from the departments. We've actually reached out to them and inquired since they work with this and since they deal with this in operations daily. Our benchmark survey responses.
I'm sorry, Deirdre, I do want to make one point. There were all departments, Deirdre did a great job of querying all departments. Mm-hmm. And so many departments pointed out areas that they had hard to recruit, whether they had challenges. That will be included in our survey when we do the market assessment in the spring. For those departments that may have had 1 or 2 positions, we can work within our current structure to cover those so that we aren't missing an opportunity to address those. But we tried to make sure we focused on the ones that were most critical, and ones that just had a higher frequency of turnover. So I did want to share that with you, just in case some departments will say, well, I sent my information in and I'm not on the list. But as we shared with the board, we would focus on these more narrow areas in the fall. Okay.
Thank you for adding that, Claudia. These are the respondents. We sent the survey to 14 market peers and we received responses from all of them thus far. Next slide. And then our next steps is to complete the survey analysis, reviews the preliminary findings with the departments, and then hopefully present those recommendations to the board during November 1st's work session. Do we have any questions?
Thank you, Deidre. Thank you for your presentation. One quick question. What the salaries, are we, from your analysis, are we competitive?
From the initial analysis, we are competitive in some instances. There may be a couple where we can view ourselves as lagging behind just a tad bit, just a little bit. But I feel confident in saying that we're competitive. However, I do see where if we want to continue being competitive and continuing the ability to attract the talent that we need, experienced talent, we might need to get ahead of the curve and implement some other tools or strategies for recruitment and retention.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, comments and questions?
I just want to say thank you to you all for getting this together. I really appreciate it. I know that I know how I view what's going on right now in the workforce. I know what it's like on my job. I know what it's like for many other people who are working in public service, and burnout is very real. It is very real. I would be less of a public servant and trying to pretend like I'm superhuman if I did not say that for myself and my staff, that burnout is very real. I think people assume that because you're working from home, no, there's lack of staff. and also people are calling you because they're hungry or they're homeless or they don't have like I can, again, when you work in public service, it is very different. I'm happy that Claudia threw that slide in, because earlier I said the Great Resignation was an article from Fortune. She pointed out it was from Forbes. So excuse me for messing up my F's, Interim Manager Hager. But I did want to put out, I'm happy that you brought up that triple threat, because I do think people are making, I had this dialogue with somebody in the city office not too long ago. Well, actually this weekend, we keep saying, well, no, it's the baby boomers leaving. That's not it. A couple of weeks ago, I asked Attorney Perry if she could give me the numbers for how many people we've lost since May 13th. And, I think in comparison to years past, you gave me that during this same time period, we lost 60 people. And during this time period from May 13th to mid-June, we lost over 200. Mm-hmm. So that's 3 times as many individuals. Mm-hmm. And so we can sit here and say things about, one individual department, but we are seeing mass exodus from all departments. And again, it is because I think also what we don't point out, people are recognizing that there's more to life than this, right? Because when you see this morning, in full transparency, we lost my brother-in-law this morning to COVID. I can tell you all, you will reassess your life when you have lost that many family members. You're like, why am I coming to this job every day? And so that is also a factor I don't think that we're thinking about, as we've had 20 straight months of deaths, right? So I do want us to keep that in mind. Deidre, to you and every period, I say to you all the same thing that I said to Rod last week. I hope you all are taking care of yourselves, because I think as we are opening positions, as we are developing new positions, as we are unfreezing positions, you all are being tasked with a heavy lift as well. This weekend, I don't know if y'all saw, the CEO of Southwest Airlines went and got a Whataburger. And we don't have Whataburgers like on the East Coast, but it's, they have them on the West Coast. And attached to his hamburger, this is the CEO of Southwestern Airlines, was an application for Whataburger. That is how, so they're giving these to everyone. So again, I applaud you ladies. I look forward to seeing, and I did just want to point out, you outlined what the minimum and maximum. I just want to say for the public, that does not mean that is the hiring range for some of these positions. So I know some of you are like, well, gosh, that might be really low. That is not the hiring range that we are currently recruiting for nurses. And Deidre, could you make sure I'm being honest, and Kathy, that I'm being honest with that, because I don't want people to get locked into those ranges.
You're accurate. Our minimum, there's literally just a range that we can hire you in. Our hiring range is how much we have to, how much we can afford, right, to get someone, right?
Right. Yeah. And I just want to address something that Commissioner Burns spoke about. In fact, she spoke about the burnout. And I think that Interim Manager Hager has some great ideas as to how we can address the retention issues that we're facing, because we are indeed having some challenges with recruiting, but retention as well, because of the burnout and all the things that has been previously addressed. And Manager Hager has some great ideas about that, and we're exploring those and hope to share those next time.
Thank you, ladies. And I also wanted to point out that I was on a Zoom with some folks from the city. They currently have 400 positions open, right? So it's not just us. I don't want people to think, because I know how much you all do, but every time we recruit a great job, you all are award-winning staff, so you will also have options. So it's not also burnout. Like, everybody on this call has options. We hope you all can continue to consider us an option, but I'm stopping there for my colleagues.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to comment on what Commissioner Burns said, and related to when there are requests to do research for a staff to do research for the public, that may take a little bit more time than they want it to, because the staff is always working on something else, and then they have to jump to something else if we've asked them to do. So it's the stress is pretty heavy, because if that many people, if we've lost that many people, then they are taking on the responsibilities that somebody else probably was carrying. So our staff is pretty heavy right now for staff, and the stress level is pretty high. Manager Hager, you wanted to comment?
No, I was just going to echo that part of the reason we slowed it down coming to the board today was that we did want to flesh out some of those creative ideas. I can speak from the burnout from my own self, but I also can say this is one of the most committed organizations. You will have staff that will work 24/7. As Kathy said to one of our colleagues, you work 8 days a week. And so they do whatever it takes to keep this place strong. And I want us to make sure that we retain those individuals, because it takes about 8 months to train folks in certain classifications or jobs. Even if you know the skill, you don't know what it is here. And so we want to look at how do we become creative, how do we become more efficient, because we still have opportunities to be better. But other jurisdictions have not gone through a pandemic and a malware attack. You just don't understand. And you have someone like me who's saying, I don't care what we've been through, we still got to have a clean audit. So that means you can't be slack. So that meant that Claudia did work to make sure you got a clean audit. So we want to make sure we protect the organization, bring creative ideas, and do as best we can to keep the workforce, because the county is mandated to do fire rescue, to do detention efforts, to do animal control, and to do EMS. And I like to say it that way, but there are so many things that we're required by law to do. And so this is elevated in a way that we know that you want to support, but as we bring the creative solutions, we're hopeful that the board can have a creative approach in helping us address this.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And I want to thank you, Deidre, for all the work that you've already put into this. And speaking of people who work hard, when we were parking in the garage, often when I would come out at 7 o'clock, it would be Kathy and I would be meeting in the garage, and Claudia, you as well. So, but anyway, so I think that this is really important. When we did our last compensation study, this was a big issue on our board that a lot of board members really felt like we really need to focus on our social workers and some of our lowest paid workers that are doing the most important work. And I know that COVID has just really exacerbated that. And, when you look at that list that you provided to us, Deidre, it's, these are people that are hands-on doing the hardest jobs and some of the most dangerous jobs in many different ways. I have the lens from being on the DSS board and knowing how burnt out people are from running the ERAP program and all of the safety net programs. And now DSS staff is going to do the tax grant program. And so, you know, it's also the constant innovation and adapting and coming up with new ways of doing things that our staff has been amazing at. That's also very, very draining. I do hope, even though maybe we don't pay those minimums, I really do hope that we're going to be looking at raising those minimums, because when you look at those salaries, $30,000 for a detention officer or 32, whatever, for an EMT, highly skilled people. I just hope that we're going to really, and even our social workers, they have to have master's degrees. So I really hope we're going to be raising that minimum level, even if it is on paper. I guess one of my questions is related to our benefits packages. I hope we all looking at that and then benchmarking that. I love to hear Interim Manager Hager that you're looking at some other ways to help support staff and with burnout. Look, we now have, even though, as Commissioner Burns noted, working at home can be bad because you're always working, but the flexibility that I know will be part of our permanent workforce, looking at that with DSS, we're looking at, actually never going back to or offering that, because it saves people driving and time with their families if they have that option. So, I mean, just looking at where we can help, maybe offer ways to support workers that may help with some of those things. And I want to give a shout out to James Hart, who is our DSS HR person, and he is so amazing. I mean, DSS has, like 500-600 positions, and some of the strategies that he's come up with, which is having a continual pool of people that we're constantly interviewing. And so there's always people that have already been vetted. And the other thing that we're working on is a pipeline with North Carolina Central University students and social work graduates. And even it's exciting to think about when we talk about workforce development, can we have a pipeline with Durham residents to Durham County jobs and some folks who are re-entering and our high school students? So anyway, I think I need to think about how we can creatively address this issue. And thank you for all of your.
Hey, other comments, questions? Commissioner Carter?
I just quickly want to also express my appreciation to Deidre and Kathy for all the work that's already going into this, and Claudia, and for all the creative work I know that's going to be following up on this. My best friend in Durham was an HR person for her whole entire career, and she just recently retired, and she's a new human, so I know HR is maybe it's the hardest area because you're dealing with humans. And we're difficult. So I also want to thank you for your work.
Thank you all. And I would be remiss if I didn't say it's a whole team effort. Tony Noel, Kathy Everett Perry, the whole entire team. So thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you for your team. And, you can't call out any single person.
Right.
In our team, because everybody is working really hard. And when you have people that are creating new departments that are constantly being given new responsibility, that's a heavy duty lift. So we need to be kind whenever we can and acknowledge and appreciate people for what they contribute. One of the things that I learned over the years working in corporate America, the one thing that people hunger for is to be appreciated for what they contribute. And people will leave your organization when they don't feel appreciated. So showing appreciation sometimes is just, it doesn't take a whole lot, just letting people know you care. So thank you, and we will look forward to the next iteration of this. You'll be bringing something back to us. Is that what next steps are?
Yes, we'll be bringing this back to the board in November. We're far along, but we need to do some additional vetting so that we can make sure it's seamless. And so we look forward, because we know this is very important.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we've got, let's see, what is our next item, commissioners? Do we want to go to what is it? Made in Durham is not on until 1 o'clock. So it's 12:07. An hour is too long to take for a break if we have to come back. So is that we can do taxes, or we can do the transit plan? Which one would you prefer?
Manager Hagan, do you need to circle the wagons again?
Well, I know Dwayne is ready for the tax update. So we learned our flaw at 11:30. So we got ourselves together. So Dwayne is ready to give an update.
Okay, good. Dwayne, let's go. We're ready for you.
Right. Good afternoon. Always a pleasure, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Interim Manager. We have an update presentation. You might recall earlier in the year, about 8 months ago, we came to the board with a discussion on the then scheduled 2023 reappraisal. And today we want to provide another update on where we stand with market statistics, as well as the software update, how that's going. I have a couple of outstanding staff members here with me they're going to do the presentation today. Mr. Starlin Beatty, he's one of our deputy assessors, and Mr. Kiar Doyle, he is our appraisal division manager. So Starlin, Kiar, go ahead with the presentation, please.
Okay, good. Let's see, more afternoon. We will have a short presentation for you members of the board and for the managers. Kiara will give us an update on the reappraisal, and I'll conclude that update with a little short summary of how we are going or continuing on with the software update. Kiara?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna jump right in for the sake of time. All right. North Carolina counties are governed by state law in the area of property tax administration, with very little discretion being given to local governments. One area local governments have a bit of discretion, however, is in regards to the timing of conducting a general reappraisal, which will be discussed later in this report. Effective in 2017, a set of reappraisal standards was promulgated to counties by the North Carolina Department of Revenue. The publication outlines best practices in conducting a general reappraisal, and these best practices are recommended to all counties. A summary of key dates as found in these standards is provided herein. A brief history. Durham County has executed its general reappraisal in compliance with state law historically by conducting one at least once every 8 years. The history of recent reappraisals in Durham County is as follows. January 1, 2008, again, January 1, 2016, and most recently, January 1, 2019. By resolution, the Durham County Board of Commissioners established a general reappraisal to take effect January 1, 2023. However, at its first February 8, 2021 regular meeting, upon the recommendation of the tax administrator, the board voted to delay the next general reappraisal until January 1, 2026. This delay was necessary in part due to Durham County's March 6, 2020 cyber attack, COVID-19, and an immediate need to upgrade the tax systems. The software conversion of that tax system commenced in February 2021 and is expected to be fully complete by the spring of 2022. Statutory timing, again, by state law, counties in North Carolina must conduct a general reappraisal at least once every 8 years. Counties have an option to advance that schedule at the discretion of the governing board per North Carolina General Statute. Similarly, state law through North Carolina General Statute outlines conditions that, when met, result in a mandatory advancement of a county scheduled reappraisal. When the mandatory advancement clause is triggered, it essentially dictates that a county conducts the general reappraisal within 3 years. Those conditions are as follows: population of 75,000 or greater, where sales ratio falls below 0.85 or rises above 1.15. So 85% or more than 115%, as indicated on the notice received under North Carolina General Statute 105-284, which is received once a year, typically in April.
Next slide.
Sales ratio studies. A sales ratio shows the relationship between a property's recent sale price and its tax assessed value. More specifically, the sales ratio identifies the percentage of market value represented by a property's current tax assessed value. For example, a sales ratio of 90% indicates that a property's current tax assessed value is 90% of its true market value. Every North Carolina county must complete a sales ratio study each quarter as defined and promulgated by the North Carolina Department of Revenue. In doing so, a random sample of deed, books, and page numbers is distributed to each county quarterly, and staff reviews this information to determine if the transaction resulted in a qualified or an unqualified sale. This usually involves several hundred sale transactions each quarter. This graph shows the median sales ratio provided as a result of each quarterly sales ratio study. As depicted in the graph, and as is typical in a rising economy, the sales ratio declines over time. This indicates that current qualified market sales are occurring generally at a value higher than the current tax assessment. The first quarter 2019 sales ratio study produced a median sales ratio of 91.6%, which means that the January 1, 2019 tax assessments reflected approximately 91.6% of the current market sale prices generally. As we ended the fourth quarter of 2020, the sales ratio declined to 85.5%. However, one might note that through 2020, the housing market was fairly stable, and the sales ratio actually increased slightly from 2020 quarter 3 to 2020 quarter 4. It also should be pointed out that the red line has been placed horizontally across the graph at the 85% mark. A sales ratio that falls below 85% at the end of the year would likely trigger the mandatory advancement clause. Durham County sales ratio for the first quarter of 2021 was 79.6, below the 85% mark. Should this trend continue through the remainder of the calendar year, the mandatory advance clause would be triggered, thereby requiring Durham County to conduct a general reappraisal effective January 1, 2025. The dramatic decline in sales ratio in the first quarter of 2021 was driven by an unprecedented housing market. Lastly, a low sales ratio does not indicate that a county is losing revenue. The foremost goal of conducting a periodic general reappraisal is to equalize the tax base and bring property values up or down to current market values. An important budgeting and financial component of a general reappraisal is the revenue neutral tax rate. As a transparency tool, the revenue neutral tax rate would consider hypothetically that the county's tax base increased by 25% as a reappraisal outcome. Given the substantial increase in tax base, what tax rate would it take to produce revenues equal to those produced for the current fiscal year, plus an allowance for typical historical natural growth? The revenue neutral tax rate carries an inverse relationship with the percent change in tax base post reappraisal. An increased tax base would result in a revenue neutral rate lower than the current tax rate and vice versa. However, it is not a requirement to adopt the revenue neutral tax rate.
Next.
General reappraisal best practices. The North Carolina Department of Revenue has adopted the International Association of Assessing Officers standard on mass appraisal of real property. As such, effective in 2017, the North Carolina Department of Revenue disseminated a set of statewide residential standards that outline best practices. The objective of these standards is to provide a systematic means by which county assessors throughout North Carolina can improve and standardize the reappraisal process. This document consists of the guidelines and recommendations of the local government division of the North Carolina Department of Revenue, developed from the IAAO standard on mass appraisal of real property. To ensure a fair, uniform, and consistent property tax system, the mass appraisal standard and the North Carolina Department of Revenue guidelines and recommendations should be used by all 100 North Carolina counties. However, the county assessor is ultimately responsible for the listing, appraisal, and assessment of all property in the county in accordance with the provisions of state law. It is recommended that all counties adopt and follow these standards to ensure positive outcomes. Here are a few of the time-oriented items listed in that best practices document. These items have been oriented for a county with a scheduled general reappraisal of January 1, 2025. Random sample data review begins January 15, 2022. Data review results submitted to North Carolina Department of Revenue September 1st, 2022. Reappraisal plan due to North Carolina Department of Revenue January 1, 2023. And internal reappraisal work begins January 1, 2023. In accordance with the reappraisal standards and North Carolina law, current evidence seems to point towards Durham County triggering the mandatory advancement clause found in North Carolina General Statute 105-286. This is believed to be true due to the current sales ratio falling below 85% because of the unprecedented housing market in the spring of 2021, and with Durham County meeting the population and other qualifiers found in the statute. Final determination will be made based on the annual notice received from North Carolina Department of Revenue after year-end 2021. Should the mandatory advancement clause be triggered, it would move the next general reappraisal from January 1, 2026 up to January 1, 2025. With the software conversion staying on schedule, a reappraisal effective with either date can be accomplished by the Durham County Tax Administration staff.
Next. Well, we are about to come to a conclusion to our presentation, and maybe that'll give you all a few more minutes of your time back, but we'd like to update you on where we are with the software conversion. The board voted at its February 8, 21 meeting to enter a contract with Farragut, which is a local company here in Durham County, to update our new software. We hold meetings with Farragut as well as other users of that software within the state on a weekly basis, and we appear to be on schedule at this time. We've divided the conversion project into modules. First, we're going to implement the camera and the land records portion of the software update, which that means that is what we would call the appraisal section and the mapping section. And then that should go into effect. We should be up and running with that at the end of this calendar year. Then we expect to go live with the billing and collections section of the software update. We would like to think that mid-spring would be a very doable date for us, and we are on schedule to do that. So That concludes our presentation of how we're progressing with the software update and conversion, as well as some information on where we stand with the statistics for the county and its sales ratio information. So at this time, we are open to questions from the board. Thank you all for hearing us.
Thank you so much for your presentations. That's absolutely amazing. But could you go back to those dates about the next appraisal? I just want to be clear what you said there. Can you just go back to that slide again?
So the next appraisal, I'm assuming you're speaking
talking
of
about. Yeah, you were
Monica,
mentioning.
can you pull that back up for us?
Yes,
2026
give us 1 second.
Okay.
Next.
The next, I think it's the next.
There.
So
There.
Chair Howerton.
Yeah,
That's
be clear about, you said what will generate us having the next appraisal. I guess I wasn't clear what you said.
right. So currently we're scheduled for a January 1, 26 reappraisal. We took that to the board in February and it was delayed to 2026 because of a few reasons. Right now, this is historical reappraisals. Monica, if you can pull up the one that says a hypothetical 2025 reappraisal, show those timelines. This is all, I'll say governed. This is all governed by the new reappraisal standards that the state put out. And hypothetically for any 20, and I think a lot of counties are going to be in this situation because of the housing market. We've seen such an inflation. I've never seen anything like it in my 21 years. So we're not the only ones that are probably going to trigger this mandatory advancement clause. This is a hypothetical 2025 reappraisal. This is how the timeline would look if we triggered that clause. It basically starts 3 years out. All right, so beginning in January of 2022, so the upcoming January, we would have to go through and do a 1% random sample of Durham County properties just to see how our records compare to what's actually on site. How are there errors? How big are those errors? We turn that into the Department of Revenue in September. Department of Revenue reviews those findings, and Department of Revenue provides a recommended type of reappraisal to do, whether it's a full list and measure, is it a drive-by, is it a desktop? They're going to work with us and say, hey, based on what you found in your random sample, we think you should probably do a drive-by reappraisal. All right. And then once that process is vetted, January 1, 2023, about 2 years out from the effective date of the reappraisal, that's when the boots on the ground work really kicks off. We've got our reappraisal plan done. We had that done for the 2023. We'll have that done again for the next reappraisal. And it basically identifies the timelines of the reappraisal process internally. All right, so that's when the field work begins in January 23. And then, the reappraisal process, if you have a lot of community input, which I have always done with reappraisals, I think I will always say there's an art and there's a science to the reappraisal. You can get the right value on there, but if you don't involve the community and you don't get community input up front and keep them involved, that's a whole nother ballgame. So you have to do that as well.
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes you have to hear it twice. Thank you, Mr. Beatty and Mr. Dole. Thank you for your presentation. Dwayne, commissioners, do you have questions or comments? Let's see if I can. Okay, I don't know who raised their hand first, Commissioner Burns or Jacobs.
This is Ruth. Can everybody hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. One, it is Dwayne. Thank you for being able to circle the wagons and get everybody in here a couple of hours ahead of time. Mr. Beatty, Mr. Dole, I have not had the pleasure of making your acquaintance in this virtual environment, but thank you for this very no nonsense, no fluff, very direct. So that was the word. He said they're not gonna get me caught in fluff. Mr. Dole, you went right through that, so I appreciate it. Commissioner Howerton, I elevated a thought that I have, but while I have you here, Dwayne, and while I have two of your colleagues, Frederick Raven brought this up because we had to do some work in educating the public. Because I think sometimes when they see these very high, housing prices, and we all know workforce, supply, there's a lot that goes on. They assume, well, we're gonna get tax money based off what this house sold for, so we have tax revenue, and we know that that's not the case, right? I saw you turn your head, but people, if they don't know, they don't know. So we did a decent job of trying to explain that during the last school board meeting. But what I did want to elevate right now, I'm trying to not say a company because I also don't want the county to get sued, but there's a company right now that is buying up houses in Durham, right? It is an online company. All right, there, I got the head nods. It's one thing when you buy one house, but once you buy 7 houses on a cul-de-sac at an inflated price, and then 7 houses down that street at an inflated price, and then that entire neighborhood, now you have raised the value of that neighborhood, which then drives down your street. So as we see realtors, large online real estate companies purchasing multiple houses in the neighborhood and driving up the actual neighborhood's value now, do you think that is going to play a part in our appraisals in the coming years? I actually think it does, but I'm but one mind, and I don't have the background that you all have. I think what I'm saying, we have real estate companies in Raleigh now that are I'll just say it, that say we do one sale with Zillow an hour, because the house is worth $300,000, Zillow pays $400,000 for it, and then they sell it for $14,415. So they just made a quick $15,000. But now they've done it to 20 houses in a neighborhood, and now that neighborhood might appraise higher because every house is sold more. So do you think that will fuel this possible trigger that Commissioner Howerton spoke about if they continue on this pace?
Yeah, so when we review sales, we tend to favor, as a best practice and as a standard, we tend to favor your sale between average people. If it's a corporation coming in and the corporation, the company that you're talking about, I read a report somewhere, I believe they are the largest home buyer in this region now.
Right.
So it reminds me, it's the complete opposite, but it reminds me of the housing market from 2008. Mm-hmm. When quite the opposite, everything was getting foreclosed on and repossessed, and that became the market. Right. But we tend to favor just, your average homeowner to homeowner sale, because that's the best indication of market value. So we would give the most credence to those sales. And I'll say that I think everybody wants their property value to be high. Mm-hmm. But they want their tax bill to be equitable, right? Right. So that's kind of where the revenue neutral comes in, and the balancing, and of course, if your property appreciates more than average, then you still get that increase. But to answer your question, we would discount those to some extent if it was a corporation sale. Yeah. Because they don't have the same buy-in as the person living there. That's just a homeowner.
Thank you. That was all I need to know. That is what I will say in the public. And because I've gotten that question a couple of times, and I was waiting for this presentation. So that is very helpful. And as always, thank you. Because if I'm not mistaken, that might be somewhat of an internal decision on our staff and our board's part. So thank you for that kind of sort of lesson in leadership and keeping people first. I don't know if every county tax administrator is doing that. So thank you for that. And again, I'll use that sentence when I'm talking to the public. I'll hush for my colleagues now.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Doyle and Mr. Beatty for your really very straightforward explanation of some very complicated issues, and I appreciate you giving us that background information. I'm really glad we're getting this update now, and I'm glad to see the timeline for planning for a 2025 reappraisal, because honestly, and you know this, Dwayne, I was concerned when our board approved the 2026 appraisal, because I personally feel like it's way too long to wait 7 years, because my perspective goes back to being on the board in 2012 when we started working on getting Durham County into a 4-year cycle, because our largest counties were moving away from an 8-year cycle, and the thinking was we need to do shorter reappraisals. That's why we did the 2016 and then went to 2019. And then it was 3 years. And then the plan was to do 4 years with 2023 because of the rising market values that we saw happening in Durham, and really being worried that people were still going to get sticker shock, even though we are you have to by law present a new neutral revenue tax rate to us. But it would be interesting to know the history, because every time we've done an appraisal, I'd be curious to see if Durham County has ever actually adopted a revenue neutral rate. I guess since I've been on the board, we haven't done that. We've always gone up a little bit because, frankly, counties are so dependent on property tax to fund all of our services and programs. And we always are trying to, frankly, find money for our school system and our schools. And and the revenue neutral rate, and you can clarify this, Dwayne, is still based on the average. So the neighborhoods where market values are going up, even with a revenue neutral rate, it can still be quite a shock to people what their taxes are going to be. And so there was a real concern about not waiting a long time because of how overwhelming it can really be for people. So I'm really glad to see that you are, for better or for worse, number one, that the Farragut's the software implementation is going well. That's fantastic news, because then that puts us into, and I'm sorry for my barking 17-and-a-half-year-old dog, that really puts us in a good position, since that is going well, that needing to pivot to a 2025 is going to be doable. And so I would even really like to see us just even planning for a 2025 in general rather than the 2026. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that, Dwayne.
Well, a few good points. If a neighborhood or for property, if it increases in value more than the average, then yeah, they will still have that sticker shock, because it's not proportional, right? So the revenue neutral rate is designed just to work with averages. And if somebody's property value, if they're in a highly demanding neighborhood, then they would probably experience a tax increase regardless. So that's certainly a good point. And regarding Farragut, it is going really smoothly. IS&T staff has commended Farragut for how smoothly it's going, which is it speaks volumes, because that's, they work with a lot of projects like this. And that was one of the unknowns in us coming and recommending the I guess ultimately going with the 2026 reappraisal. We weren't sure how that would go, because there are lots of nuances and lots of steps and lots of moving parts. We weren't sure how it would go, but and I promised the board that I would come back and give an update on how that's going, and it's going really well. We have a number of meetings a week, and we have a lot of people involved. All the departments are at the table that should be there, and it's going really smoothly. So we're very pleased with the progress of that. It's certainly positioned us well to act on the board's desire, whether that is advancing it to 2025 or keeping it at 2026.
So Dwayne, thank you. One of my questions was, how do you feel about us just, really formally saying we're going to just do 2025 rather than 2026? I mean, it seems like we're headed that way based on that data you showed of us dropping below the 0.85.
Yeah, it does. And we won't know for sure until about April of 2022, whether that's recommended by, well, not recommended, if that's demanded by DOR, Department of Revenue. It won't come out until April 2022. So I think we've put some eyes on it internally, and we're trying to get a plan together for 2025 just to be prepared, because we want as much time as possible so that we can, first step for me is getting out in the community and getting that input and getting that involvement. So yeah, we won't know until April 2022. That's why I wanted to bring this to the board for that. I know one of the items, one of the discussions last time is that with the, with the way it came to the board last time in February, is that you wanted some more time to discuss it. And that's one of the goals of this, is to allow enough time to get some comments and feedback from the board. And if there's a general interest in bringing it back for a regular session action item.
Commissioner Howerton, can I jump in, because it's along that same line of thinking, and I do apologize. I want us to please know that meeting on February 8th was recorded. So any sentiments that we might, have now, recognize we can go back and see what certain people's sentiments were back then. I would also like to bring up that while it is February 26th, that's on here, we voted on that because we moved it from February 1, 2027. Now, you can go to our county commissioner website, and the recommendation that was made by the manager, and Dwayne, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'd have to go back and look at the video, but I did take time to go back and look at the agenda. The request was made to postpone it from 2023 to January 1, 2027, based on what you told me at orientation about how you had only a few staffers that still knew how to do this with the equipment that you had, and that you also and we thank God that woman has not left. I see these men on here, but I want to elevate the fact that it was a woman that you told me that could still do this work. She has not left. Wherever she is, ma'am, hello, thank you for your service. And you also pointed out a malware attack. And you also pointed out that our equipment and our software was old. And we also pointed out that we were in COVID. And so you actually wanted to push it out 4 years. And we went back and forth and said 4 years was too long. And then we said, well, how about 2026? Is that a okay compromise? Because we wanted it earlier and you wanted it later. So now here it is in September, we're trying to compromise again. I just want the board to know, I don't want to compromise again. Dwayne is doing, see, I had to go Whitley Gilbert. I said, Dwayne is doing a great job. Can we not, I'm asking my colleagues, he's already moved it for us twice. So let's also think about, we always talk about historical perspective. Let's think about that meeting and go back and look at the notes from February of this year and know that he's asked us one time and we put pressure on him. Let's be careful about putting pressure on him again and his staff, especially since we know this is a historically different market. And if DCR does decide, if the Department of Revenue does decide that they want us to move that way, I think our folks will be prepared either way. And I'm okay with that.
And Commissioner Burns, I appreciate everything that you just said. So I guess, my question to you, Dwayne, was, do you feel like now, because a lot of it was because of the malware attack and then the COVID and how it was impacting people, and also the fact that we were, implementing a new system, based on where you're at now, do you feel like 2025 is doable?
We can do most any time. I can tell you, speaking for myself, the reappraisal staff, we're excited to get a reappraisal underway. So we can do about any dates, 2025, 2026, 2027 that the board wishes for us to do. We can get it going.
Okay, and I think it's important because I just want to finish, Commissioner Howerton.
Hang on a second, please. I think manager wanted to respond to that. Can you just hang your question?
Sure.
Just a second? Okay.
Hi, Dwayne and his team have been moving fast with the software implementation and all of the things that they talked about. They will be prepared to move forward, and he's the tax administrator and can speak to that. I would just ask that maybe we come back to the board in January, February timeframe, so that we're further along with the tax implementation, because there are so many nuances with this in this market. This economy right now is just hard to figure out, although we know and are hopeful it stays the way it is. So I just know that our desire is to do it sooner versus later. So I think we're on the same page. The issue is once you formally do it, it looks bad if we keep formally going back or formally. So know that the intent is to be prepared for 2025. If you allow us to come back February timeframe, we can tell you what our thoughts are based on then, and we'll have several more months of patterns. So, the data is the data. And so we can even give you a better perspective. So that would be my suggestion. With timing, you're still but they're moving fast. Dwayne has a similar style as I do, sort of a quiet storm. And his team members they quietly sort of get their stuff done. But we relied heavily on contractors in our past revals. We were trying to get away from that. So he's building up staff so that we can do it in-house. There's a lot of other components that we can talk about, but I would just ask that the board just gives a little bit more, few more months, and then we can say 100% what the answer is.
Thank you, Manager Hager. Commissioner Jacobs, let me just check in with the other commissioners to see if they have questions, and then we can come back to you. We want to give ourselves about 15 minutes of a break. Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Long, do you have anything that you want to ask? Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I, like Commissioner Burns said, I don't remember having had a chance to meet Mr. Doyle and Mr. Beatty, and it is great to see you here and to hear such an informative report. I learned a lot. No offense, Dwayne, we love your presentations too, but it is great to meet your colleagues in the all-important tax administration department. And congratulations on being ahead of schedule with the software. And some of Commissioner Jacobs' sentiments I share regarding, doing it as soon as we can. It's wonderful that you're at a place where if you need to do it because of the trigger of the mandatory advancement, you'll be ready. And just thank you so much for the amount of effort that must have gone into being able to say that today. Really appreciate it. It was hard to cut your teeth on being a commissioner when we were shortening the time frame between when you did the reappraisals, which is what I did. If I need to unlearn some of those things because we need to spread it out, I will certainly try to do so. But I'm really appreciative of the amount of work that must have gone into getting us to the point where we can do it in 2025 if we need to. And I want to thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I think I agree. I am no expert in tax administration, and I think that's why we have the amazing staff that we do to be able to handle all of this extreme level of detail. And so thank you to all of our staff for making sure that we're able to fund all of our programs that Durham County runs. That wouldn't be possible without the amazing work that you guys do. So just thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And you want to complete question or comment, Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I just wanted to finish what I was saying, which is that my concern really just comes from the impact to Durham residents and from what I've experienced before, and that I think I'm worried that if we wait a long time, it's the negative impact that it'll have on a lot of homeowners. So that's where my concern comes from. And but I appreciate that you all are doing your best, and I agree with Interim Manager Hager's recommendation. Thank you.
Again, thanks all of you, Mr. Beatty, Mr. Dole, thank you, Dwayne. And this has been a great conversation, and it continues to keep informing our community of where we are with our appraisals And we look forward to more conversation. And one of the things that we know is that you are following our state rules and what they put forth that we have to follow. So thank you a bunch. And that's all we have for now. I'm sure we'll be back with you.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Bye-bye. We've got about 45 minutes before the next presentation at 1 o'clock. Commissioners, why don't we take a break? And then come
15
back.
minutes.
15.
15.
45 minutes?
Yeah,
I meant 15 minutes. It's 12:46. We can take a 15-minute break and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Are we back on, Monica?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're back. Our next item, commissioners, is 210545, and it's annual reporting update from Made in Durham. The board is requested to receive a presentation on annual reporting from Made in Durham, and the representation will include year-end reporting as well as an update of the current initiatives, like the Opportunity Youth Collaborative and the Bulls Initiative. And Andy Miracle from the Durham County Economic Development Officer will introduce the rest of the team. Welcome, Andy.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Chair Howerton, thank you for those comments. My name is Andy Miracle. I'm the Durham County Economic Development Officer. Today, you will be receiving an annual reporting update from Made in Durham. We'll use today's time to focus primarily on two programs, as you referenced, Opportunity Youth and the Bulls Initiative. For context, this will be the first Bulls update since the collaboration's April presentation and since funding was allocated in this year's budget for related initiatives, as well as being on the heels of this morning's conversation on labor supply challenges. This presentation is timely. And without further ado, I believe I will hand it over to Dr. Zhao, the president of the National Academy of Medicine, to make some comments to get us started.
Your mic is off. Mic is off, Dr. Zhao.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Howerton, it's great to see you.
Great to
and
see
of course,
you as well.
yes, and Commissioner Burns, Commissioner Jacobs, Commissioner Carter, and Commissioner Allen. Well, it's a great pleasure for me to speak with you today on the progress of Made in Durham, for which I serve as chair of the board. For those of you who I have not had the pleasure of meeting, I just want to give you a brief introduction about myself. I'm Victor Zhao, and for many years, I was the CEO of the health system and chancellor of Duke University. And for the last 6 years, I've been serving as the president of the U.S. National Academy of Medicine in Washington, D.C. The National Academies was chartered by President Lincoln and Congress in 1863 to be the independent advisor to U.S. government, nation, of course, now globally. I'm on leave from Duke and still live in Durham and be very proud of being a Durhamite. So 8 years ago, in my previous role at Duke, I was asked to chair the original task force that was created to address the issue of disconnected youth in Durham. This resulted in the formation of Made in Durham. And today, 8 years later, I remain dedicated to that cause. I continue to serve as a chair because I believe in this cause. It is an area that we can provide the most impact for the youth of Durham. The community of Durham is where my wife and I still live and we love. So that being said, Made in Durham has an incredible board of directors. It's my pleasure to represent them today. And allow me to express sincere appreciation of all our board members for the incredible support that you and your staff have provided to Made in Durham. You know, the commissioners were early adopters of our work and continue to be staunch supporters, and really appreciate it. I think it is very important for us to acknowledge your support publicly, so thank you. I also like to give a shout out to Claudia Hager, your interim county manager. She's been an active member of our board in support of our work since her appointment. And of course, additional thanks to you and to Andy Miracle, the Economic Development Officer for Durham County, who also has been a very important part of our Bulls team, which I'll mention briefly in a few minutes. So I recognize the last year and a half has been pretty intense for all of us. I'm probably one of those who can really relate to the intense pressure that COVID has put on everyone, nationally, globally, and of course to Durham. I spend a lot of my time in my current position meeting with the US leadership, with global leaders, providing guidance regarding response and preparing for the future. And I'm just incredibly proud of the work we've done here in Durham. Together as a community, not just in how we address the pandemic, but how we view it as an opportunity for transformation. I think you'll hear how much progress our collaborator has made, particularly with our community partners, to align and transform the education to career pathways in Durham. And last year, despite COVID, I think you'll be equally proud. So can I have the next slide, please? So for the next few minutes, we're going to give you a brief overview of some of our key accomplishments this past year, and then follow that up with some updates on our current year activities highlighting Bulls. You should have received as part of your agenda packet our year-end report, along with some of the important research reports that we conducted during this year. We'll simply highlight a few of these in our present today, but I want you to have the full details and review at your leisure. Can I have the next slide, please? Before we begin, let me introduce the team and our partners in this work who are here to be part of the conversation today. J.B. Buxton, the president of Durham Tech. Dr. Carrie Battle, the interim vice president and chief academic officer at Durham Tech. George Durham, the president of the Greater Chamber of Commerce at Durham. And Casey Steinbacher, of course, the executive director of Made in Durham. We know we're in a very tight time frame, so I want to honor that. So I'm going to turn it over to Casey quickly and review the presentation material with you, and then to our team, Made in Durham team, and the members and partners who'll be with us today, and they'll be happy to any questions you may have. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity to thank you and the commissioners.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here today. I am also going to run through these slides fairly quickly so that we can leave enough time at the end of this presentation for questions and answers, especially since we have such a great team with us here today. On the slide today, I'll just reiterate, you can see our vision and mission. We live by that every day. In 2021, we had 4 key focus areas. You know, we do a lot of work in career pathways. We pivoted a lot in remote learning this past year, stayed committed to our work in opportunity youth, and of course, Youth Network are active voices in all that we do. And what I'm going to focus in on today with you is really our work in our opportunity youth work and in our career pathways, because especially Bulls, because what you will hear and see is how important that work has been, not only to Made in Durham, but to the rest, I think, of Durham in terms of our response to COVID. And as Victor said earlier, transforming the education to career system. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So Opportunity Youth is how we were founded, everyone. I think everyone remembers that, but in this particular case, it was never so more important. During COVID, it was very quick. We were very quick to note a grave concern by a lot of our partner organizations around youth disengagement, that they were not staying as engaged during COVID and virtual learning, that there was great opportunity for learning loss and dropouts. And so we created back in late 2021, a group of community partners. Again, I must reiterate what Dr. Zhao said, and I should have said in the beginning. When I say we, trust me when I tell you, we're talking about a large group of partner organizations. Made in Durham is the, as you well know, the backbone organization. But when we say we mean the community. We brought together a group of a couple of our board members, a couple of our partner organizations, several of our youth, and several of our institution partners around a table to identify what were we worried about in terms of engagement, learning loss, and dropout. And I will say to you, that group worked really quick and fastly and came up with 21 short-term and 21 long-term innovative strategies to address what we thought were going to be key factors of disengagement, learning loss, and dropout work. And during the course of this year, you'll see in a minute how that has informed all of our work and Opportunity Youth collaborative work to not only work on the initiatives that were short-term, but to really prepare ourselves for the long-term. Next slide, please. Our Opportunity Youth Collaborative is made up of 30 partner organizations that are either institutions or nonprofits, community-based organizations in Durham who work with Opportunity Youth. And I should probably stop and redefine that for anyone that's hearing this for the first time. Our original work was in disconnected youth. Disconnected youth are youth between the ages of 16 to 24 that are neither in school or have dropped out. Opportunity Youth adds to that list at-risk youth in that age group, at risk to drop out, at risk to not have a job. And so it allows us to create this, have a more aligned set of resources to ensure that our youth are not only being served in school, that as many as possible of our at-risk youth are staying in school, but those that do not make it and drop out have a soft landing with one of our partner organizations. And this group has been meeting since November of last year, working on those collaborative efforts. You can see some of them there, but most of them have been driven by that research that we did early on with those best practice and innovations. I want to highlight just one here, and that's to your right on the screen. You can see that app on a phone, working specifically with student services, counselors, and staff at Durham Public School who are very concerned that they were going to have enough resources when working with students to be able to ensure that they were getting all of the academic, social, emotional, and mental support they needed. We vetted for them 30 community-based organizations who added support in those areas and worked with some students to actually create this app. This app allows our support services staff and counselors at Durham Public Schools to actually go in and search by a particular need or service they're looking for, or a particular organization that they might be looking for, to see where they can get additional help for their students and actually refer them directly online. Staff at Durham Public School have been beta testing that over the last 3 months, and it is scheduled to be actually released. And when we say released, also made available to students as well this month, to give you an idea of the kind of work that we've been doing. Next slide, please. But also the Opportunity Youth Collaborative, if I could get a next slide. Also, we were selected by the North Carolina NC Impact and My Future NC were selected as one of 15 cohorts across the state of North Carolina to engage in local education attainment work together. So these two groups have brought 15 cohorts from across the state to actually work on a larger state goal of ensuring that we have at least 2 million of 25 to 45-year-olds completing a high school credential or post-secondary degree. Our work is to focus in on youth in Durham and what it is we need to do to play our part to ensure that Durham meets their percentage so the state can meet their overall percentage. The statistics you have on the screen right now is the stats they shared with us just 2 months ago, even though they were pre-COVID. And we're now working with them as a collaborative to address what are specific strategies that we can work with our Opportunity Youth partners, all of those 30 organizations and institutions, to start addressing those initiatives as well. So a very robust, large group of Durham partners working hard on the Opportunity Youth cohort. Next slide, please. But equally as important, next slide, is our Bulls initiative. All of you know about, and we've talked about quite a bit. And when I say equally as important is, in a minute, I'm going to talk to you about not only where we're at in this process, but how we're pre-piloting. We're pre-piloting before Durham Tech starts their pilot, a small cohort of Opportunity Youth through the Bulls pilot as the very first pilot cohort. But as you all know, what we want to do in the Bulls initiative is do two things. We really want to align, strengthen, and scale the current system of Durham residents opportunities to obtain a credential in life science and provide opportunity for a high income career in this initiative and this industry sector. But equally important for us is to also create and scale a dedicated track inside that system that provides Durham young adults of color a transformational opportunity to obtain a life science credential and career. I want to just remind you all that while life science is a large topic, in our particular case, we are very much focusing in our initial focus on Bulls on biopharma manufacturing. Next slide. So why are we doing this, and why is it important that we do it, and where are we going with it? Well, quite frankly, guys, we all know coming out of COVID, there's a real sense of both urgency and opportunity in this work. Why we have a lot of residents that are looking for transformational opportunities in their careers. There is also a lot of opportunities that this kind of pandemic has brought to the table in terms of funding opportunities and alignment opportunities. So we're working really hard and really fast. We like to say, as you will hear us say all the time, we've been building this plan as we fly it. Although NC Impact has finally put a term to that. I'm really excited to say they now call that strategic doing. So that's my new saying. We're doing a lot of strategic doing in Bulls right now. But where we intend to be, as you should see, is that we intend to, by November, late November, early December, to finalize this strategy that we're working on, and I'm going to tell you about in a minute, and to actually formalize a community collaborative around how we execute it and support it. This will be a formal MOU that we enter into with our partners to actually make this work for Durham. We also believe that at the end of this process, we'll have created a template that supports other growth industries in Durham and supports Durham Tech's strong strategic efforts to go in that direction as well. Next slide. So I'm going to talk to you about three things: how our plan to scale this initiative, our pre-pilot, and the Durham Tech pilot that they are getting ready to do, along with all of the activity we are working on around funding needs and opportunities. Next slide, please. The scale plan is the most important thing I want to talk to you about. This is what makes this initiative different, ladies and gentlemen. We've piloted a lot of projects, a lot of initiatives. We are going into this with the support of quite frankly, with the leadership of Durham Tech leading this initiative to say, this is where it is we want to go long term. We don't want to just pilot this. This is our goal, is to really build out to scale. This is an illustrative opportunity to just show you how this system will eventually work in a very simplistic way. It requires a strong community engagement piece. It requires a strong education piece and a strong corporate piece. And what we've been doing is actually looking at this system, this engagement, community, education, and corporate engagement system to assess the demand, the capacity needs, and a definition of success, specifically in biopharma manufacturing. Next slide, please. And to just give you a sense of how complex that is. Again, I'm not going to go through this. But our plan to scale, which is currently underway and has been underway for the last several months, is actually doing a dive into all of these areas that you see on the screen. Our partners are actively looking at how we engage the community. What is it that we need to engage in terms of creating a process inside Durham Tech itself? How are we going to increase capacity in terms of human capital, facility, and equipment? And then how do we engage the corporate side in terms of how we make sure we're meeting their demand, that they're playing actively with us in job fairs and guaranteed job interviews, and providing us opportunities for mentoring and ensuring the corporate culture of their organizations is set up to meet the needs of especially our academy students. Next slide, please. Where we're at so far, you can see right here, we've hired a consultant. We've done all the demand analysis. We've done a deep dive with Durham Tech on all the identified key program areas. We've been interviewing best practices from around the country. And Durham Tech has been busy doing facility needs initiatives work, meeting with corporate partners. And we are probably at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we expect a draft plan in about 7 to 10 days that we as a group will sit down and start looking at. Some of the things I wanted to share with you around that is that we've actually got a pretty good handle on the goals in terms of the demand that we know that are out there. We've talked to corporate about diversity goals and where they look at the demographics of the community to do that, where they're particularly lacking, which in this particular case is strongly in Hispanic targets that they have difficulty meeting. We have found nothing but great, strong support and expertise inside Durham inside Durham Tech as we review this plan, feeling really good about where we're going there. I will tell you, the corporate community, every time we've interviewed them, they're ready to be at the front of the line on this. So really looking strong to have this plan done by 2021, end of the year, and actually working on an execution strategy of the scale plan. Next slide, please. The pre-pilot that I talked to you about is 5 opportunity youth. Again, I won't go into a lot of that other than to say that they are 5 youth between the ages of 18 to 22. Happy and excited to tell our all-female county commission that we have an all-female cohort here, 3 Black youth, 2 Hispanic youth, and to date, roughly halfway through the program. So far, we still have 100% completion and 100% of our youth staying with us. Just as a side note on this is a reminder that these students do have success coaches, and they do have the $10,000 financial stipends through a grant that we received from the Oak Foundation. So we are piloting all of the processes associated with an academy for students of color. Next slide, please. And then second, also I wanted to just share with you, these are a couple of things that we found out during this process. We're learning through this process of what it's going to take for us to actually be able to do this in a much larger scale. And some of the things on the left-hand side, some of the things we still have yet to do, we're still working on alumni and mentoring and interviews and placements, which won't take place until later on in December and January as we put those together. Next slide, please. In a minute, I think JB and Dr. Battle can talk to you a little about their plans for the funding that they have received from you. They are busy putting that strategy together. The plan is for them to do a first pilot of 16 students later on during the course of this year in what we're referring to as their winter season. It will include funding for success coaches, and it will include the opportunity for the life stipends as well. That will be the first cohort with probably a second one shortly thereafter, and I will let them get into any specific questions on that. But the point in showing you this is simply to say that we're not waiting for one to finish. We're learning a little bit, and then we're moving on to the next pilot, learning a little bit, moving on to the next pilot, while we work on the scale plan so it can inform the scale plan of what it is that we're doing. Next slide, please. And finally, just to give you a sense of all of our partners and what it is that we're doing, we have a ton of partners that are actively engaging and trying to not only put the system together, but work on the funding. You can see here, we have gone both public, philanthropic, and corporate activity. These are some grants and some requests that we've made that have come through and are actively participating with us in putting this plan together. So a lot of work around this initiative. And with that, I am going to stop so we're allowed enough time here for questions, especially from Dr. Battle, JB, and Jeff Durham, who quite frankly represent both the demand and the supply side of the solution that we're working on. Questions, commissioners?
Thank you, Casey, and thank you, Dr. Zhao. It's so great to see you. It's been such a long time. Seen you in a while. And this is such a great presentation that you just gave, you and Casey. I'll start it off with a question, then I'll turn it over to my board. There was one question, Casey, when you talked about the Bulls initiative.
Yep.
You know, I know I've heard a lot about it and you are continuing to work on it. For the public, I guess the question for me just, where would the entrance be for someone that's interested?
Okay, great question. And I'm going to rely on JB and Karen in a minute. But what I would say to you is there's a multitude of entry points. Because remember, what we're trying to do is for this initiative to ensure that we have a robust pipeline for BioWorks Bulls related activity in general, and then a separate academy for communities of color. So Durham Tech can talk to you about the incredible marketing and outreach and engagement that they are already doing to fill that bigger pipeline and are doing a great job. In the academy piece, we've all agreed that that's a role Made in Durham is going to play, working with our community partners. So what we're going to do is, our goal in that community engagement is to go out and engage with, 5 to 10 nonprofit organizations, in addition to the ones the county already is engaging with in your nonprofit work on putting people back to work, to work with community partners who are already trusted in the communities of color area that would allow us to focus in on identifying potential candidates for the program, doing awareness and actually recruitment through our nonprofit partners. But JB, I'll hand it over to you and Kara to also talk about how people would learn about it in general.
Let me say one thing before Dr. Battle, who's our leader on this, jumps in on some of the specifics, just so you know that this is not something we're just planning. We've had, I think, 150 enrollments for the fall in our biowork, good management practice, standard operating procedure, and the biocertification boot camp. So we have a lot of people coming through the pipeline now. I think we had about 80 over the summer, maybe 70. So we have a lot of people coming through the pipeline. They can come directly to us and register for those courses, get the kind of support and planning to move through. And on a parallel path, as you may remember from our budget discussions, we've also, with our resources, hired some additional success coach, case management individuals who are helping, especially adult learners, 25 and over, who are pivoting into this sector, and have smoothed the process for them as they come through with us. But we're leaning on this partnership with Made in Durham and other organizations to identify this Bulls cohort, specific kind of 18 to 24-year-old Bulls cohort for us, that we will then put in to this academy process. And Dr. Battle, if you got any more details that you want to fill in the gaps on, probably be good.
I would just add that we're also partnering with Durham Public Schools and doing some CTE pathway work with them. And so some of those students will qualify for the academy if they're interested, and working with our own students in our adult basic skills area of the college and recruiting those students to participate in these academies and be trained. Another key opportunity that we need for our community is just knowledge, again, of this sector and what these jobs entail, the potential for growth, the culture, as Casey mentioned in some of her slides, just allowing our community to fully understand what a biomanufacturing job means, and that it's a good job and it's a life-sustaining job. And that's something we need to incorporate into this work also.
Thank you, Dr. Battle, and thank you, Dr. Buxton. It's sometimes when we do presentations and we don't give the community how they can access it, they are kind of left with, okay, what are we supposed to do? So thank you for that information. And I'm gonna open it up for my board commissioners. Commissioner Burns.
One, it's great. I haven't met everyone that's on that board, but I'm pleased as punch to say that I've met many of you in person, bothered many of you all, because once we started doing these presentations on the Bulls Initiative, I had the absent-mindedness of actually sending it out through my email listserv, and much like Commissioner Howerton. So where do we apply? How do we get in? And I think if anybody were to look at this presentation, they probably locked in on that number 15. So I am happy. I thought it was like 80 this summer. So I'm happy that Chair Howerton asked that, and that we do have 150 people in. I'm all about girl power, so I'm very happy to see that we have some women in this initiative. But I also want to go back to the top of our county commissioner meeting, where we did have a special request for young men. We do know what is going on in our community. Last night, I think even the shooting last night, the funeral for Tay Davis this weekend. I mean, it has been especially heart-wrenching for some of us. He was actually a student of one of my sisters, so they are taking that one especially hard. So I do want us to remember, we have got to somehow make a big push and a value statement of why this is important. And I think, Dr. Battle, you hit that, because for some people, they say biomanufacturing, they don't have a reference point for it. But if I say your grandmother has diabetes and Novo Nordisk now has a pill that replaces an injectable. For your grandmother who can't do this because she has arthritis, you think, okay, I'm helping my grandma, right? When we think about Grail and a blood test that checks for cancer, we all know somebody who is battling with cancer. So as you all develop those value statements so that we can get individuals engaged in those, by all means, get them to us, because we do have a very engaged community. The last two things I will say, I do appreciate that you all are saying you're going outside of different nonprofits, because I think if nothing else, this pandemic has taught us that who we might believe as government are trusted nonprofits are not who the community believes as a trusted nonprofits. So Casey, if anybody gives you any pushback, call me, I swing the big bat. Additionally, the only thing I will say, JB, you know this, I know that my colleagues, the other county commissioners know this, the only thing I want is I wish we could expand this tenfold. And I know this has to be iterative and that we have to take steps to do it, but I've not been shy about it. This is where I want some ARPA funding going. Now, if y'all don't get it, it is not because Commissioner Burns didn't fight for it. It's not because Commissioner Burns did not want it. I have been lobbying my colleagues because I feel like the quickest way to stop a bullet is with a job. The data shows us that. So I'm going to end there. I applaud you. Please let me know how I can be a champion. And as always, if there are other ways that you think that we need to be supportive outside of just being a voice, outside of financial, please feel free. I speak for my colleagues, but I speak for myself. Pull me into a room and say, this is where we need you to be a key stakeholder. And I will stop everything for this initiative because it means that much to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Other
Madam Chair.
Oh, absolutely.
If I could just make two quick comments
Sure.
on getting males in this program. I just want you to know one of the things I think we're most excited about as Made in Durham and other partners create that funnel into the institution. We've launched a Men of Color Scholars Institute, which about 10 men of color, our employees, have started. It is a significant mentoring and support effort that together with our success coaches is going to be able to wrap support around men of color, students of color coming into our institution. We have some serious challenges with completion with men of color. We're doing something about it. And for students who come through this, it's going to be another support that we're going to be able to wrap around and ensure they succeed and move on. So just one thing I want you to know about, I'm very proud of folks on the campus who have come together to put this together. The second is, I'm with you. The word pilot isn't in our vocabulary, with all due respect, and Made in Durham is piloting it in the right way. We don't see our role as piloting anything. We just see our role as scaling. And I'm not really ready for details on this yet, but we are also engaging the corporate community and some specific life science companies about roles that we want them to play as co-funders of this larger effort. And so we want to put our money behind it. You all have already put money behind it. We would love for the ARPA money to get designated, but we also want the corporate community to be part of funding what is their talent supply challenge as well. So
absolutely.
But we've had some very productive conversations with a very receptive bunch of companies that I think will grow as well.
Could I make one other comment?
Go ahead, Casey. And
yeah, thank
I
you.
think Dr. Zal had his mic off as well. I think he wants to make a comment too. Go ahead.
Casey, go ahead.
I just wanted to hit on that same exact point. One of the things that our scale plan is looking at is the total scale over the total demand over the next 5 years. We're doing this deep analysis of what all the institutions are and what is that gap number that we should be working towards, right? And then setting a goal of what of that gap number is, what we believe, what we believe Durham Tech could do. JB will take it all. I have no doubt in my mind. He'll take every bit of that gap. But that's what we're working to. And then what if that gap number is 300, 400, 500 a year, 200 a year, whatever it is, what is the infrastructure necessary, Commissioner Burns, to actually build that out and do it successfully. So I want you to know that we're all in that same mindset.
Yep.
Thank you, Casey. Dr. Zhao.
Well, thank you. I just want to support my colleagues about their points. Thank you, Commissioner Burns. This, in fact, is a bold project. It's not just attending classes. It's actually teaching them skills that actually currently we have limited capacity for. that is learning how to do manufacturing, biomanufacturing, that would require aseptic technology, sterile technology. And when you think about how your friends, your families can benefit from it, think about COVID. The mRNA and all the DNA technology are really based on these technology and these platforms in which very few people are skillful. Part of the problem we see in the world is that many poor countries don't have access to these because they don't have the capacity to make these technology. In my role with G20 countries and in US, we are actually putting ideas and money behind manufacturing facilities everywhere. So you can imagine the possibilities for Durham, that with the companies being able to do these, and the technology can be used for not only making vaccine, as you said, for making proteins, drugs, you name it, it's big. And I think it's a win-win for our young people to see that possibility in their career. It's a win for the community because of the business it can bring. It's a win for our patients. So that's why we're so excited about this. I can't begin to tell you how excited I am about this. Yeah, 150. We can do 1,500 for that matter. But we do need resources. And that's what JB is talking about with George, is we're talking to corporates because they get it. They need talent. We can supply the talent. They will support it because it only helps them as well. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Jeff, do you have a comment? We want to bring you into this conversation. I see your hand, Commissioner Jacobs, but let me check in with Jeff here.
Thank you, Commissioner Howerton. No, I just did want to reiterate, really appreciate the opportunity to be at the table with President Buxton, Dr. Battle, as we're talking to some of our corporate partners, and want to echo their sentiments that there's a lot of leaning forward and a lot of active engagement, and folks are actively reaching out, and we haven't even gone on the full-on corporate call at this point. Durham, in partnership with the county, the chamber, it's I view this as a holistic approach to economic development. You talk about a supply and a demand piece. We've partnered with the county over the past year since the beginning of the pandemic to deliver over 5,000 jobs. The reality of it is those are splashy numbers, certainly, but the majority of those jobs do not require an advanced degree. And it's so critical. I've heard it over and over here in this call today. It's so critical that we do our best to demystify the opportunities, because so many of these jobs are available through apprenticeships and through training and certification and associate's degrees. And so to be able to sort of sit in the midst of all these great partners, it's very, very important as we work to scale this up. And I liked your new phrasing, Casey. I have started to start using that myself, but happy to answer any questions about the chamber's role here.
Thank you, Jeff. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yes, thank you. And great to be with everyone today talking about this. I've been a strong supporter of Made in Durham since the beginning, and it's really thrilling to see the evolution and the constant evolving, and where everything is now focused now, and the incredible engagement with Durham Tech, the chamber, and the county, Durham Public Schools. Dr. Zhao, and Casey, both of you, I think it makes a difference when we have that historical institutional knowledge that we've had with you. I mean, you being former head of our chamber, Dr. Zhao, former, president of the Duke Health System. I mean, we're so fortunate to have your expertise and your perspective. And Dr. Zhao, especially your focus on health and social determinants of health. That's what this is really, in its essence, is about. And I don't want to repeat anything that's already been said. One thing I'm wondering about is related to the phasing of the funding. I know in the materials we got, there was something about phasing, and I'm the other with Commissioner Burns. I want to make sure that this is adequately funded, that scale is also about really making sure that this is adequately funded. And we know it's going to take the adequate approach to addressing the barriers and the support that students need. So I hope that we will get a request for the ARPA funding. I think this is a very appropriate use of that. And I am concerned about, we've touched on about that, those three different buckets: community engagement, the education part, which I feel is being represented right here, very strong right now. And then the corporate engagement side, I think about like the Durham Tech College Promise program. People still don't know about it. You know, so we have a real challenge. And I do think COVID has taught us a lot about communication and engagement, but that is going to be really important. And then the corporate side as well, the buy-in. And I guess one thing I would love to hear at some point is you all coming back, and one thing we can look at is our own incentives policy. So Andy coming back and telling us, you know, this is how you all really should be refine your incentives policy. That's when we're sitting down at the table with these companies when they're coming into our community. So I think that's something that we could look at. And I guess the other thing is, I don't see Durham. I know that you all have been doing work with Durham Public Schools, and they're such an important part of this. And that work that you did, Casey, you all, there was a little piece about dropouts and that was horrifying. That was very concerning and very real, and the recommendations were amazing. But I guess I would have felt better if I saw Durham Public Schools here today. And I do think that has got to be like their CTE program, their guidance counselors. It's got to be like that. And of course, the parents, like as many people have said, this is not your grandfather's manufacturing. This is a different kind of manufacturing. So
Commissioner Jacobs, can you wrap your
Yeah.
comments up, please?
And we just mentioned apprenticeships. I know that's a whole other thing. And thank you for what you've done with that as well, JB. So anyway, I'm just want to say thank you all so much for your dedication to this and all the energy and enthusiasm, and just let us know how we really can keep supporting your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carter, any comments for you, or Commissioner Long? We have gone over. I just want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to have a comment or question.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I can try to be fast, and if I have a couple of questions, I can also get those answered later. Thank you, Casey, for your fabulous high energy presentation, and thanks to Dr. Zhao. Boy, we've hit the big time lottery today with Dr. Zhao here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Buxton, Dr. Battle, and Dr. Durham. Thank you for all your work here on this ever important program. And thank you for all the strategic doings you're doing, because that's really what's making this successful, I think. Let me put a couple of questions out for the future that you can answer. I'm wondering sort of about the students who may need help with math and reading. You mentioned the math test being so important, or the students who have dropped out. Is there an on-ramp, for them? And, what does that look like? And a related question, I guess, is how selective is the Bulls Career Academy? What are the requirements for admission? So I'd be interested in knowing more about that. And then I just want to really cheer for the corporate funders and the partners with the corporations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything for you, Commissioner Long?
No, ma'am. This is just an exciting program, and I know I stay relatively quiet, but Commissioner Burns and I serve on the Workforce Development Board, so I know this is going to be something that'll come to us more, and we'll get to hear from more often and work with. So just thank you to Dr. Zhao, President Buxton, Jeff, Dr. Battle, Casey, everyone, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. You know, this is a conversation we could spend the next 3 hours and still wouldn't have enough of being fed of this conversation. But given that you have lots of other things that you need to get to, thank you so much for being here, and we will continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Thank you. We have another item, commissioners. 210602, Durham County Transit Plan Update. And let's see who's on this one. This is Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager, is on the line to begin this conversation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners.
Hi, Ellen. Thank you.
Hi. So as mentioned, I'm Durham County Transportation Manager, here to give the presentation on where we are at with the development of the new Durham Transit Plan. I'm working closely with Erin Kane with the DCHC MPO on management of this process. Erin had a family emergency and couldn't be here today, so it's just me. But he and I are managing the process, as well as involving a large number of local staff across Go Triangle, the MPO, the county, the city, TJCOG, all in the development of this new transit plan. We have a consultant, Kimley Horn, on board, and they have a couple of sub-consultants also working to help us deliver this plan. And just as a reminder, the Durham Transit Plan is the governing document required by state law to decide how the countywide taxes and fees for public transit are used. And it must be approved by the Board of Commissioners, the MPO Board, and the Go Triangle Board. I am going to skip through some of the slides in this presentation and as a matter of time, but you have the full set with you. Next slide. So the plan process began in 2019 after the ending of the Durham Orange Light Rail project. It began with listening and learning sessions done in coordination with the Durham Comp Plan. We then did a phase 1 survey in winter of 2020 to identify some high-level needs for the plan. These needs were incorporated into the 3 representative options that I'm going to present today that were the subject of the phase 2 survey. Those options are A, B, and C. And in short, they are: A was more bus service. So more buses going more places at more frequency. Option B was centered around bus rapid transit plus additional bus service. Bus rapid transit is infrastructure to help buses move faster through traffic, such as bus-only lanes. And then option C included the commuter rail project. So commuter rail is a passenger train that is oriented around peak commuting times, morning and afternoon peak commuting times, using the existing North Carolina Railroad tracks, so the main tracks through the center of Durham. However, it does involve building more tracks and infrastructure to support that increased level of trains. So even though it's using the existing corridor, it does involve a construction of additional tracks. It is separate. It is different than the light rail. It's more of a heavy train that can share tracks with freight. So those were the 3 options, and that's the subject of this presentation on our phase 2 survey. Lastly, we'll end with some next steps on where we're going with development of a final recommended plan. Next slide. So to remind everyone at the beginning, with those listening and learning sessions, we identified some high-level goals and objectives, as well as 2 core principles. So the core principles are listed there at the top: equity and community trust. And they're both critical in our engagement efforts. Equity helped inform how we design this engagement process. We generally tried to follow the city's equitable engagement blueprint and how we designed and conducted our engagement approach. And then, the next step will be making sure that the projects that we select for this plan are responsive to those needs and benefit all residents of Durham and help advance equity in Durham. Community trust is also a core principle. This is really getting at the kind of disappointment that the light rail didn't get implemented, and that we want to make sure that our recommendations are implemented, and that there's better oversight and accountability structures to ensure implementation. Also, that we need to provide a very transparent process for decision-making, explaining why we make the recommendations we do, and allowing residents to have a voice in selecting what those alternatives, those recommendations are. Next slide. I'm going to skip these slides. So next. Okay. Second survey. We got more than 2,300 responses, which was more than 3 times the number of responses that we got in the first survey. And I think this is particularly remarkable because this was a longer and more detailed survey. We were communicating a lot of complex information about a lot of different transit projects that we were considering. So it really speaks to the importance of transit for our residents that many people chose to participate and provide us feedback. Next slide. We had an online survey as well as some in-person surveying. We used engagement ambassadors in our surveying, and we conducted some stakeholder interviews. So the engagement ambassadors is where we compensate community members to do engagement within their own communities and neighborhoods. And that was really a successful piece of this second survey. I'll highlight some of the statistics from that a little bit later. But we contracted with Ideal Ortiz, who helped manage this program as a subconsultant to Kimley Horn. Next slide. So of our responses, about half were from people of color and about a third were from regular transit riders. Of the responses from people of color, I think it's around 85–90% were identified as Black or African American. So a few things to note is that look at the no vehicle households and the households that make less than $45,000. Our daily transit riders, our weekly and daily transit riders, are well represented in those groups. Those really are our core transit riders in Durham. So throughout the presentation, we are reporting on responses from these 3 focus groups in addition to the total. Next slide. And you can see here that a lot of the responses that we got from those focus groups were due to the Engagement Ambassador Program. So Ideal did a great job helping organize and recruit residents to participate, and they really came through, got a lot of responses here. Next slide. So in this phase 2 survey, like I said, there's 3 options, A, B, and C. And for each of those options, we presented a map that showed what improvements were being proposed. There was text and some bullets about the improvements. And we asked a question of what do you like most about each option and what do you dislike most about each option? We required that people choose and prioritize. A lot of folks might have liked to tell us that they liked everything, but we said, nope, you have to tell us your top 5. So what we'll present today shows the results here. It follows this format, so it will show the total responses in a bar chart at the top, and then the focus group responses below that. The order is noted, and if the priority order for the focus groups differed from the total, it got a green up triangle or a pink down triangle to indicate that it was a higher or lower priority than the total. And that the blue dash meant it was an equal priority as the total. Next slide. So again, option A was more bus service throughout Durham. Next slide. We asked people, what do you like most about option A? And you can see the total results here. Everyone liked more improvements quicker as the top priority for everyone who responded to the survey. However, on our focus groups, there's some projects that stand out as higher priorities than others. Many of these are repeated themes throughout this presentation. So you can see the extended 30-minute service and extended Sunday service. Those are consistently requested as high priorities among our focus groups. And what that means is that, at night, many of our bus services switch to hourly service. And extended 30-minute service would continue the bus services at coming every 30 minutes further at night. And similarly on Sunday, many of the services end earlier in the day than on weekdays, and this would extend the service later at night on Sundays. So bus service late at night and on weekends is consistently a high priority among our bus riders. And you'll hear that throughout this presentation. They tell us this over and over again throughout the survey. In addition, buses moving faster through traffic was a higher priority among our focus groups. And frequency is a consistent high priority. Next slide. So I spoke to this, so I'll go to the next slide already. The next question was, what do you dislike most about option A? So again, option A did not include any of the infrastructure capital projects that B or C did. So the two things not in option A were the commuter rail project or the bus only lanes. And just as a note, we tried to use plain language throughout the survey. So instead of commuter rails, we called it passenger train. And instead of bus rapid transit, we said bus only lanes. We were trying to make sure that it was easily understood by everyone. So here you can see that as a total, the commuter rail was the top response of what people most disliked was not in option A. But among our focus groups, that flipped, right? Bus only lanes was the top priority among all three focus groups. I would add that it was pretty close among our focus groups between these. The main difference was in daily transit riders. They definitely preferred the new bus only lanes by a large margin. So passenger train, has support, but it's much higher than among the groups that weren't in these focus groups. Next slide. So option B was the bus rapid transit option. So again, bus rapid transit is infrastructure that helps buses move faster through traffic. Bus rapid transit would be anticipated to have more than 50% dedicated lanes in order to qualify for federal funding. So it would go through an FTA process similar to what we went through with the light rail, trying to seek out 50% federal funding. And when we talk about bus rapid transit, it is both the infrastructure and the service. So it is 15-minute or better service along the route throughout most of the day is what we would anticipate with a bus rapid transit project. What we showed here on the map was this purple line indicating bus rapid transit. So that is a service connecting Durham to Chapel Hill, kind of replicating the service that the light rail was providing, as well as a service between Durham and RTP. The service to RTP would connect to a bus rapid transit project that is currently being planned in Wake County. So there would be connections to Wake County bus rapid transit projects. There are many potential variations of what BRT could be. This is just one option that we presented and pulled on, but staff are looking at various other options and different segmentation of this or groupings of projects that might make sense here. I think y'all recognize that coordination with Orange County's transit plan is critical for any connection to Orange County. We both would need to have funding for this project along a similar time frame to implement as a joint Orange-Durham project. Orange is currently going through its own transit plan process, but we're a bit further ahead than they are at this point. Also, another thing that is important to note is that bus rapid transit along 15501 and NC 147 would also require close coordination with NCDOT. These are major NCDOT highways. They have some priorities for roadway capacity improvements or changes, and that the most cost-effective way for us to achieve a bus facility on those roadways would come in close coordination with NCDOT, kind of trying to implement a project at the same time that they may be implementing a project. So that's an important consideration when you're thinking about bus rapid transit regionally to either Orange County or to RTP. All right, well, back to the survey. Next slide. Again, same series of questions. What do you like most? What do you dislike most? So in option B, overall, all day 15-minute bus rapid transit service and 15-minute bus service in Durham were top priorities among all people who responded to the survey, including focus groups. Again, the extended Sunday service, extended 30-minute service pop as high priorities among our bus riders. And improvements to move buses faster through traffic also was up there as a high priority. Next slide. Next slide. So what do you dislike most? So the top response was passenger train service among the total, but among our focus groups, they identified a concern about a longer wait for service improvements and fewer improvements to local bus service as their top two priorities. So any capital project, bus rapid transit or commuter rail, will take some time to design and construct. And so it costs money, right? So in the B and C scenarios, some of the local bus improvements are delayed or reduced in the short term. So folks are telling us throughout the survey that they do want to see some improvements implemented more quickly. Next slide. So option C is the commuter rail or passenger train option. That's the gold line shown here on the map. I know you've received several presentations from Go Triangle on this. We've typically coordinated updates to the board, but they weren't quite ready to have an update at this time. We are funding a study that Go Triangle is leading that is looking at this project in more detail, looking at cost, feasibility, engineering issues. And it is in our current adopted transit plan. It's been in our current adopted transit plan since the beginning, since 2011. Next slide. So what do you like most about option C? Again, passenger train shows up as the top priority among the total, but among our focus groups, they prioritize more 15-minute bus service within Durham as a little bit higher priority. And again, the extended 30-minute service on weekdays, extended Sunday service show up as top priorities among our focus groups, as well as 15-minute service to Chapel Hill is the number 3 priority as a total of the total. Next slide. Next slide. So what do you dislike most about option C? There's some unity here, which is great, right? Everyone would like to see more improvements more quickly and more improvements to the local bus service as the top two priorities for the option B. Bus only lanes is then number 3. Next slide. All right, so those were the, what do you like, dislike questions about A, B, and C. We had 2 questions at the end that were more comprehensive questions that were aimed at helping us craft our final recommended plan. The first question here is if passenger train is included in the plan, what else do we need to fund? So as a reminder, the commuter rail project was costed in our scenarios as 50% federally funded, 50% non-federal. And of the non-federal, we said that Durham would pay 20%, which is consistent with our current adopted transit plan. Wake County's current adopted transit plan says that they will pay 67%. So this does not add up to 100%. And one of the tasks of the Go Triangle study is to develop a plan for how to fully fund the project, including a cost sharing agreement between Wake and Durham counties on how much each county should pay. So there's the thought that Durham, or Wake may consider increasing their percentage here. So we wanted to ask our residents, what their priorities and what their tolerance may be for funding that at a higher level. That's what this question was aimed at. And meanwhile, I should add, we have had several discussions with Go Triangle Wake County about this cost sharing. We're looking at several options. Discussions are ongoing. So we asked residents to prioritize the projects that we also needed to be able to afford in the plan if we did commuter rail. And we did allow them to tell us that commuter rail was the top priority, no matter what, make it happen. That's the 5th answer there, a passenger train is the highest priority. And we also allowed people to tell us the opposite, that commuter rail was the lowest priority. Everything else was more important than commuter rail. And that's the number 3 answer there. All of these transit improvements are more important than a passenger train. So you can go to the next slide. So overall, the top 2, were generally the top 2 for everyone, that more bus services to more places in Durham and more 15-minute service needed to be in our final plan. For people who identified as people of color, all of these transit improvements are more important than a passenger train was chosen as the top response. And it was also the 3rd most frequently chosen answer overall. However, it didn't score quite as well among our regular transit riders. It was more, I think it's number 4, number 6 among our regular transit riders. I think that, this kind of speaks to some concerns about implementation and the potential that a project like this may crowd out other higher priorities. And that it also speaks to the need for more oversight and accountability in pursuing a big project like a commuter rail project. So I think residents are telling us that they have some concerns about that. However, I do think that our transit riders are recognizing that the commuter rail offers something our current transit service doesn't offer, that there are benefits, over the existing bus service between Durham and RTP and Raleigh. So that's our challenge, I guess, to figure out the appropriate place that commuter rail plays in our plan and what we can afford and making sure that we are addressing as many of Durham County residents' needs as we can with this plan. Next slide. So this was our last question, which gets at the outcomes from our plan. And we're ending in an area of unity, right? The top 3 answers are consistent. among the total and among our focus groups. Residents want more routes going more places, faster, more reliable service, and more frequent service. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, yeah. All right. I think there was a previous slide right before this, I think. Am I? No. Back. Nope. I think you're going the wrong way. There. Okay, almost. All right. So we had those 3 focus groups, but I do want to note that we did specifically look at residents who have a disability and what they said. It's the next slide. And their responses are pretty consistent with the total, which is important to note. Access services did rate a little bit higher, but overall, residents with disabilities also prioritize many of the same things that all residents prioritize. In my discussions with some disability groups, what I've heard from people is that they really like the freedom of using the regular bus system. They can choose to go when they want to go if the bus system works for them. So they really highly value both the regular bus system as well as access services. Next slide. All right, so the overall key takeaways from these A, B, and C questions are that focus groups, consistently identified the later weekend service as high priorities, more bus frequency, and more reliable bus service as high priorities. All respondents like the idea of getting more improvements more quickly. All respondents expressed some support for bus rapid transit or the elements of bus rapid transit, which is both, again, the infrastructure and the service, so frequent service. And that the passenger train commuter rail certainly has support, is the #1 answer among the total responses in a number of different questions. However, residents aren't saying it's the highest priority no matter what. Residents do want us to be able to implement other projects in addition to that project. And it notably has less support among people of color and the daily transit riders who responded to our survey. Next slide. Next slide. So there was an open-ended question at the end. What else would you like to tell us? Most people didn't answer this, but those that did, these are the location-related answers that they had. You can see that Raleigh, RDU, RTP pop as things that people wanted to tell us that they wanted to connect to. Generally, those who take transit today focused more on destinations that were a little bit closer to Durham or within Durham than the total. Next slide. So these, also in this open-ended question, you could tell us anything. If a word is here, it means that somebody said something positive about it. So it's not negative. If it's on here, it's more of a positive sentiment. So you can see that passenger train was brought up by a lot of residents in all groups. And when it came to our transit riders, implementation pops as something they're very interested in. They want to see us implement projects and put service on the ground. Also affordability pops and safety was brought up. There are safety concerns, both in terms of traffic safety and safety, security, crime issues were brought up. Next slide. So Erin and I also did a number of different stakeholder interviews with various groups throughout Durham. Some of them we met with multiple times. Those are listed here. Next slide. Those were great conversations. We got a lot of rich information from everyone. It is hard to summarize that in one slide, but I tried. So that's what's noted here. And it really backs up a lot of what we heard in the survey. So the bus operations improvements like increased frequency, more routes later at night, those were brought up consistently among stakeholders that work with, educate, or employ low-income residents. Improvements to access were a high priority among disabled residents. Bus rapid transit was definitely noted as a high priority among business and institutional stakeholders. You know, most folks are interested in us having something better than the bus service we have today, and are aware of what's going on in the Orange plan with their North-South BRT, and in the Wake plan right now with their 4 BRT routes going northeast, south, and west from downtown Raleigh. So a lot of people are interested and aware of bus rapid transit and would like to see it in Durham. Of course, UNC and regional partners voiced support for more bus service between Durham and Chapel Hill. And commuter rail. Commuter rail was definitely noted and has support. You know, everyone likes the idea of connecting Durham and Raleigh with better quality transit service. However, you know, people again did note the concern about the cost and the effect on funding other higher priorities. Next slide. So the City County Office on Youth also helped us out. They held a number of listening sessions and also directed youth to respond to our survey. So I wanted to acknowledge their work and note some of the themes that they heard from young people in Durham. So safety was brought up, both traffic safety and security crime issues were noted as a concern among youth taking the bus. Reliability and frequency, similar to the responses as a whole. Accessibility, meaning, you know, more routes to more places, more service later at night, and affordability. We have the Youth Go Pass, which is great, has been offering, you know, free bus service to youth. And of course, right now, buses are free for everyone. But the continuation of that remains to be seen. But affordability certainly is a concern among young people. All right, next. All right, and next. So we had also, when we presented this, we had a series of performance metrics and equity metrics. Those are shown here. All of the options had positives and negatives. You know, really overall, the option A, most positive aspect is that it can implement a lot of projects by 2027 because they're not capital construction projects. Option B, the bus rapid transit offers frequent service, a lot more frequent bus service throughout the day and weekends and evenings. And then of course, option C, the commuter rail offers the most reliable fast service by funding a passenger train. Next. And next. We had an analysis of equity and job access. This was one of the more technically challenging things to get right in the plan. And we had displayed this data that shows access from 6 different affordable housing communities. And then the next slide is access to 6 job centers. This was a lot of information. You know, we got feedback that this was really kind of confusing to people. It was too much information for a lot of residents. And then we also got some feedback that some of our advocacy groups wanted us to provide more details and kind of display this in a different way. We are going to be looking at ways that we can improve this in our final recommended plan. Overall, you know, the data shows that all of these aspects provide better access to jobs. Some are more than others in different geographic areas. It really depends on what specific access you're looking at in terms of which one provides the most improvements. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so that's the conclusion of our phase 2 survey. Our next steps are to work on the development of our final recommended plan. We are going to be considering these engagement results in that, as well as a lot of technical information about the bus services and what we know, is most used and has the highest needs right now. Financial analysis is a huge aspect of this. County finance staff is hopefully participating with this review of the finance models. Under our current agreement, Go Triangle is the tax district administrator, so they develop and run the finance model. There are a lot of assumptions in there about borrowing, revenue projections that we want to look really closely at. We want to make sure that we are looking at a lot of those finance issues and addressing them upfront at this stage in plan development. There's also a lot of complexity when it comes to how we can fund different projects. Some projects qualify for federal funding. Some may be able to be supplemented with some local funding. We are not assuming any state money. Private funding would be great, but there's a lot of uncertainty associated with that. So it's complex, that what we're looking at in developing this final recommended plan. Our goal is to release a recommended plan in January. We do want to have identified and approved projects so that they can be implemented next year. There are a lot of needs out there. And we don't want our planning process to unnecessarily hold back our ability to implement some good projects next year. We also want to coordinate with the commuter rail study, which is underway. I understand the Go Triangle is having some delays due to the rail capacity modeling. So we may need to be flexible about how we coordinate with the commuter rail study. Next slide. So we want to release a plan in January. We'll have a next round of engagement on that recommendation, and then hopefully adoption of a plan in the spring. Next slide. So this is the last slide that I'm going to talk about, the governance study. So we are in parallel with the development of the transit plan, we are initiating a transit plan's governance study. This is more looking at the process that we follow for administration of the plan. A lot of decisions get made subsequent to this plan adoption. There's an annual budget. We've learned that there's a lot of issues and concerns about implementation and accountability and oversight. And so this is an opportunity for us to implement some new processes that provide a more clear, transparent process among our partners and with the public in how implementation will occur. Many of you have participated in some interviews recently with our consultant on this, and we are hoping to then move into some joint workshops and discussions of various options for how we could change our implementation processes. The conclusion of this study would be a new interlocal implementation agreement that comes with our final transit plan. And I'm not going to do these slides. These are just supplemental. So that's it. Take any questions.
Thank you, Ellen, for an absolutely incredible presentation. And what for the public, most of the commissioners, Ellen had met with us and gone through this already with most of the commissioners. There may be one or so that didn't have an opportunity, but we have gone through this pretty lengthily. So if there are other questions for the board members or comments, we'll take those now. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. Great presentation, Ellen. I'm so glad to have you. We've never had a transportation manager before, and it's just wonderful to have you on our staff. And you explain things in such a straightforward, there's nothing more complicated than transportation, and you explain it in such a straightforward way. I'm just going to ask questions. I don't, and if you could just send a follow-up email, I guess with the answers, because I know we don't have time to go into a lot of detail. I think one thing is, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but that in each of the scenarios, there are some universal things that will be implemented with no matter what. I don't think we went over that today. But are we looking at a scenario that replicates the commuter rail through a bus-only lane? That would be one question. And I know that there is an issue with how long it takes to implement bus-only lanes, but are we looking also at options where we could do that rapidly with bus on shoulder, or taking an existing car lane and just repurposing it rather than having to build a new, an extra lane? So that's one question. And then in terms of service, are we looking at any bus routes that, I'm so glad to get this input from transit riders, where we're really looking at on-demand service. I know other communities, they're like, a bus costs $500,000 and then you got to maintain it and operate and have an operator. Are we looking at ways that we literally just go for on-demand for some areas, and like, Uber, Lyft for people, rather than them even having to rely on a bus, and whether that's cheaper? And also related to costs, will you all be looking carefully at the infrastructure bill? Because I think that's really going to be a big issue. What's in that bill and what funding there is going to be available, which could make some things more doable and others less doable. So wondering if that will be looked at carefully about how much things really cost. I really loved that model that you did with the equity and jobs, and look forward to getting more information about that. And the other thing is, I didn't see anything about the Triangle Bikeway, because in the future, if people can have an electric bike, and we really had a multi-use path along 40, it's conceivable that people wouldn't even need a car, and having a way to commute would be possibly even affordable for people that way. So I just didn't know if we looked at that. And also the issue of fares. If we really had fare free, even on the train, what would that look like for people in terms of accessibility? And also related to the commuter rail, we want to get people to RTP, like this whole vision of getting people connected to jobs and economic mobility. If we've really looked at a bus only that goes to Central, RTP, downtown Raleigh, North Carolina State, and then the same way on the other side going over to UNC Chapel Hill and the medical center. So those were just some of my my questions. And again, thank you so much for your great work on this.
So Ellen, I suppose you just write those down and get back with the commissioners later on those questions. Commissioner Burns.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'll be relatively quick. I only have two because this was about the plan and the outreach, and I want to stick to that. What Ellen kind of sort of had prepared today, because there are a lot of ideas that we have, but I think this thing is the same way people have Zoom fatigue. I imagine at a certain point people are going to have outreach, and not outreach fatigue, but survey fatigue. Because the answers, I sit here and really listen like pretty intently and actually printed mine out, looked at it. And the answer is always the same for what people want. I feel like people sometimes think if we ask the public more questions, the answer is going to change. we know what it is that people want. But I also think that we have to be thinking, you know, you can't miss what you don't have. I wanted to say that, but I almost want to take it back, because we just had a conversation about jobs, and there's not one person in Northern Durham, not one person at RTP. We remember what Scott Leventon told us the last time he was on here about how none of these plans actually get folks to RTP. We've had that conversation about how these plans do not get not just our underserved communities, but our educational institutions do not have access to Trayburn and that park out there. So we're saying a lot of the same things. So I do want to just lift that up, that at a certain point, I do hope that we can move forward. And that's not to take away from you, Ellen, and all your intentionality. I just think it goes to show we keep getting the same answers over and over again. And I hope we listen to our community about what they want. My two very quick questions. Number one, Ellen, could you just let me know how long this survey was? And number two, this one goes to Deborah about funding. Commissioner Howerton, you and I got to talk about this when I saw you this weekend. You know, you serve on the Go Triangle board. I serve on special tax. We talked about the 67% and the 20%. Deborah or some other folks on here, we know, right? The one group we did not mention was the General Assembly as an option, and for valid reasons. But I seem to remember Senator Woodard bringing up, as long as it was not 14 or maybe 15 is a magic number, there's a way that you could get transit funding as long as there's no more than 14 or 15 counties working on it, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a huge bill. I say all that to say that might be where we fill this gap, because one of the things that we've seen in Connecticut, in New York, in Los Angeles, is that people love to work in these places, but not necessarily live there, right? So perhaps one of the things we should be looking at is, have we pulled in Chatham? Have we pulled in Granville? Have we pulled in Warren to say, what is your buy-in to this idea of bus rapid transit or commuter rail? Because we already see in Alamance, we see that people are moving out there to come and work here. So maybe that is how we fill that 13% gap. We use these outlying counties, and that does not take a bill at the General Assembly. But yeah, back to Ellen, if you could just, how long was this survey? Because I'm looking at the drop-off rates and I'm wondering how many pages this was.
The survey was 8 questions.
Okay.
It was 2 for each option plus the 2 concluding questions. So it was 8 questions overall.
Not bad. Okay.
Yeah, but right, with each option required some time to read and understand what was in each one and map. Right. So it was a more complex, detailed survey. And again, like I'm very impressed that we got 2,300 responses and that people took the time to provide us that good input, and that was more than 3 times as many as our first survey, which was a much simpler survey. So,
well, hats off to you, Kimberly Harmon, Idea Ortiz.
Yeah. One thing that's been brought up is the service to the micro transit or on-demand transit and service to Trayburn RTP. I glossed over that, but that was included in each of the options. It's kind of that light blue shaded area on each of the maps. So there are the on-demand services proposed in each of the options, and we are currently working with Go Triangle staff on implementation of those in North Durham, including Trayburn, East Durham, and RTP.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, commissioners, there's a lot of conversation around how to make this happen. I know that the chair and myself, which is a vice chair, will be meeting with Congressman Price tomorrow, having a conversation around Go Triangle and funding. So it's a moving target, and Ellen knows that it's a moving target right now. Is how do we make this happen where it works for the people of Durham and surrounding areas? So just know that it's a conversation, and we've run out of time in this conversation. So Ellen, those questions, if you get those back to the commissioners to a response, it would be great. Was there any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thank you. And thanks, Ellen, for this, really informative presentation. My main question, I guess, is how can we do it all, and how can we fill funding gaps, so that we can do it all? And Commissioner Burns presented some options. We've talked about, I don't know, working with NCDOT along the 15501 corridor, maybe for bus rapid transit lane, when they build the highway. One question I keep having is, what might the city be planning to do anyway, if, and especially if, an option was selected that didn't invest as heavily in bus service in Durham? And that's not for you to answer now. It almost feels like a hypothetical question, but I keep coming back to it. How do we improve this bus service in Durham that we all desperately believe is needed, and clearly is demonstrated in the survey, and is what would address equity, and also do all the other projects that we think are really important too, and when and how. And the city being sort of responsible for local transit, it just leaves this question, well, how much will they fund anyway?
And I don't think that's a question for you to answer right now,
No,
Ellen. I think Deborah, was there something for you that you came on screen you want to?
No, you referenced the conversation with Senator Woodard, and I want to make sure I had the information because I want to follow up with him very soon to get a response. I'll work with Ellen on that and get back to you.
All right. So if that's all, thank you so much, Ellen, for your report. And if there is there anything else, commissioners? Is there anything else, Manager Hager?
No, I just wanted to thank Ellen for her efforts. I'm so glad she's with us. She's hit the ground running, holding us all accountable. We're just grateful she's here. Yes, but I don't have any other issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
so we have agenda prep after this. So if I can get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Jacobs and second by Commissioner Alum to adjourn. We got a roll call.
Commissioner
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. It's moved 5-0. We are adjourned. Thank you.